everybody, to Remix Jam. We are super stoked to have everybody here today. This is amazing. Actually, incredibly humbling, actually, to see the enthusiasm and the support that we're getting and everybody coming out here. Thank you. So thank you so much. I know some of you have traveled quite a ways to be here. I met people from Sweden this morning. I met people from Brazil this morning. So yeah, some people made some trips to be here. So thank you so much. You know, can we kill the music? Sorry, that's gonna like totally throw me with my brain that's like here and there and all over the place. You know, it's kind of funny actually. I didn't think when Ryan and I, started tweeting about iframes that like, in 2025 that we were gonna get people to come to a tech conference. Yeah, no, to be fair, there's a lot that we can learn from the early days of the web. And I think that's kind of been our message and our vibe from the very beginning. And so we're gonna explore some kind of like, OG techniques this morning. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm super stoked to be here at Shopify, where, I feel like you guys are coming into my house. Ryan and I have been here now at Shopify for just over 3 years. In some ways, this feels kind of like the original React Conf. I know some of you were at the original React Conf where we all went to like Facebook and we kind of got to go in and meet the people who were like working on the tech at that company. So Shopify is a company that is done a ton for open source. Shopify has done a ton with React. We've done a ton with React Router. You're going to hear from some people who are using React and React Router at scale. I mean, as scale as it gets. We're using React and React Router, and so we're going to hear from some of them. We're also going to hear about some new stuff that we've been working on, some stuff where we think the web could be going in the future. Huge thank you to our team. Could I get a round of applause for Brooks and for Tim and Tanya and Laura? There have been some people who have put a ton of effort into this event, so thank you guys so much for all the stuff that you've done. Real quick, a little bit of housekeeping. If you need the bathroom, it's back there to the right. Okay, just go back there and you'll figure it out. But without further ado, I want to introduce a very cool person, a good friend of mine who has done a lot for Remix and React over the years. You guys, he really doesn't need any introduction. He was actually part of the very early Remix story. Give it up for Kent C. Dodds. Welcome, man.
Yeah, I'm actually... Do you want a handheld? Yeah, we're just going to do a handheld really quick. Dude, this guy... What an honor to be here. And it really does feel like early React days, right? This is this is real. So thanks, man. Okay, yeah, I'm ready with my slides. You can pull those up. Thanks everybody for coming and thanks for having me. I'm going to talk about MCP actually. So when they invited me to come and speak, I was like, listen, I've kind of pivoted from UI stuff over to this MCP thing. And they're like, that's fine. Can you work React Router in there somehow? And yeah, actually I can. And things have changed a lot. So we'll talk about that. But I'd first like to invite everybody to stand up, please. Gotta get our bodies moving. You're gonna put your arms out in front of you like this. You're gonna squat down. Try not to touch the person in front of you. Come back up. This is called an air squat. It's an exercise. We're going to do 12 of these together. That was a practice run. That doesn't count. Okay, and you're going to count out loud with me. Ready? 1, 2, yeah, 3. And you can really go down. 4, 5. Or you can, it's a choose your own adventure, just like a little one. 7, 8. Doesn't that feel good? 9, 10. We're so close. 11. And 12. All right, stretch over your head as high as you can. And even higher than that, learn something from that. Okay, great. You can sit down. Thank you. Okay. That feels good. we need blood flow for our brains to work, and we need our brains to work today. So if you're feeling a little bit sluggish later, just start doing air squats, and we'll all know what you're doing. So it's fine. A couple of years, or just like last year, Ryan and I went to ReactConf together. But this is an old picture. Oh, gross. There we go. That's the Ryan that we all know. And we drove together. Ryan gave me a ride in his Rivian, and we had a great time. We talked about a lot of things. And one of the things that we talked about was, of course, React and what the future of Remix is going to be. Yeah, we had a meal. I forgot about that photo. But another thing that happened at ReactConf that had a big impact on me was Evan Bacon's demo. I don't know if you remember seeing this, but he was demonstrating how to use React Server components with React Native. It was mind-blowing, and like that is cool, but what was really cool for me was the demo that he showed. And he was like, look, asking questions to AI is cool, and it responding with text, that's neat. But the better user experience is to actually respond with native components. And so that was his demo. And this just got me thinking. And this is one of the things that Ryan and I spent a lot of time talking about on our drive, and even thereafter, was what is the future of user interaction? How does this change the way that users interact with the software that we create? And I think that a lot of that future involves AI, of course, but not just in the text way that we've kind of gotten used to, but in a much more interactive way. And fast forward several months, I'm running Epic WebConf, and I'm just thinking about web and React and React Router, because Remix is sleeping. And Ryan is going to come and talk. But this wasn't the Let Me Be talk that he gave the year before. This was, actually, I forgot what your talk was going to be, because he was sick and he couldn't come to the event. So I go to his house with all of his swag, and I'm like, hey, sorry you were sick. Here's all the swag we were going to give you for not giving a talk. But we sat and we chatted for a bit, and I just finished Epic WebConf. I'm thinking about what am I going to do next. And Ryan starts talking again with me about this idea that we talked about, like what is the future of user interaction? How is AI changing that? And so much of it basically boiled down to Jarvis. You know Jarvis? Anybody here? Yeah, okay. So for those who don't know, Jarvis is just a rather very intelligent system. It's what we call backronym. But Jarvis is basically an AI assistant for Iron Man in the Marvel universe. And Jarvis does everything for Tony Stark. It's an amazing experience for Tony. And Ryan and I were talking about, like, we have the technology to do that now. And I went home after that experience, and I just couldn't stop thinking about it. And that's when I think actually Ryan put me onto the idea of MCP. I can't remember if I discovered it later. I think he told me, you got to check out MCP. And like that weekend, totally pivoted. Everything for me before was React and Remix and React Router. And I was like, this is it. We have it. We can do this now. We can make this completely huge leap into this new way that users interact with our services and our software. And so I pivoted to epicai.pro because the .dev was taken. I offered money for that domain, and they didn't even respond. So we're pro now. Every time I say that, I think I'm saying the word pronoun. No, we're pro now. So in the last several months since March, I had this idea that we are getting to this point where these AI agents will enable us to build a Jarvis. But something happened that I kind of expected back then. I decided, you know what, I don't want to build Jarvis myself. I think what makes more sense is for one of the big labs to build Jarvis, and I give Jarvis hands. And so this happened on Monday and totally threw off the preparation that I had made for my talk. So I'm going to show you this video really quick. Yeah, you don't have to clap for that. I didn't make that. So why am I showing you an ad for ChatGPT? Because that's effectively what's happening. Is we are entering this new phase. For the last 2 years, everybody's been saying you got to add a chatbot to your app. How many of you have added a chatbot in some form to your app? Yeah, we're all doing something similar to that. That's not what we're going to be doing. We're done doing that. It was fun, but what's even better is add your app to the chatbot. The users don't want to have to go to every single app and use your chatbot. Your chatbot doesn't know them. It doesn't know their preferences. It doesn't know the context that they're trying to accomplish one task that requires 3 or 4 services. They don't want to have to pull that context out from one, put it into the next chatbot, pull that out. They want one chatbot that can do all of the things for them. And so we're gonna experience a pretty significant shift in the way that all of this works. And here's the cool thing: is I showed you a ChatGPT the ad or whatever, but it's not just ChatGPT. This was actually when I started going this direction in March. There was really strong chance that this wasn't going to happen, but for some reason, OpenAI has decided to build on a standard. OpenAI has 800 million users, and they own 79% of the market. So they can do whatever they want, and they decided to build on a standard. And that is huge for us, because it means that we're not investing into this new platform that is the new app store of OpenAI, but instead we can build the web. And if you're here, you love the web as much as I do, and being able to build to a standard and have all of these agents understand it, that's really powerful. I keep on being surprised by how awesome OpenAI is. Not to disparage OpenAI, I guess, but they keep doing the right thing, and it's awesome in this regard. So we're going through a paradigm shift now, and it's pretty significant. We're used to browsers and websites. We're moving to Jarvis and MCP services. Now, this actually is pretty, as far as building it is concerned, it's pretty similar to what we are used to already. It's still, as far as what I'm going to show you, it's still HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. It's just the delivery mechanism has changed because the agent is the one that's talking to your service. Their people are talking to your people. And that is I don't know about you all, but it's a way better user experience for me to go and ask ChatGPT how to do a thing than to go to Google and search and then filter through 6 articles of AI slop, which you can always tell. They say the same thing over and over again. It's so bad. It's so bad. So I just go to ChatGPT, I cut out the middleman. But it's just such a better experience. And being able to have that agent actually do things in the real world, that's cool. And taking it further than just oh, here's Expedia and Booking.com and Zillow and Spotify. Yeah, of course the big players are going to have a special integration for themselves. But no, because this is built on a standard protocol, then all of us can play in this game. And it's just like with websites. When you deploy a new website, you don't need to go to Apple and Google and Mozilla and say, hey, I deployed a new website. Could you add an integration in your browser for my website? The web would never have taken off like it did. And I'm thrilled it didn't go the direction of app stores and all of that. That's a whole nother discussion. But because it's built on an open standard, you can just build your MCP server, and it can become available in whatever client your user decides that they want to use. That's a really powerful thing, and that's what enables this paradigm shift. And so I'm thrilled that OpenAI, the biggest player in the space, has decided that they're going to invest heavily in an open standard. And it's fabulous. So I have a demo that I'm excited to share with you, and also very nervous. I have a video as a backup, but I learned from Mark Zuckerberg that you should just try. So we'll see if this works. So I've got an MCP server installed. It is the Epic Me MCP server. I've got it deployed over on Cloudflare. Fabulous place for this stuff. They're not sponsoring me. I don't know why I said that. I said it because it's true. That's why I said it. But it's a journaling MCP server. The only way to access this journaling app is through the MCP server. So I've got this connected. I've already authenticated and everything. So we're going to just try this. And right now, the ChatGPT experience is very safe in that, like, you have to enable developer mode, and they're going to prompt you with every little thing that you're doing. We have low trust right now. Eventually, it'll get better. But here, I'm going to add Epic Me. That's another thing. Like, right now, you have to specifically add this. That won't be the case in the future. In talking with members of the OpenAI team, you'll literally just be able to say, do this thing, and you don't even have to have it pre-configured or installed. They'll just, oh, would you like to use this? It'll be awesome. So here we go. We're going to try this. Could you please write a journal entry about what Remix 3 is going to be? I'm hoping that it just knows. Like, maybe it's been paying attention to Ryan's conversations or something. Just make it up if you don't know. If you don't know. Okay. So here, this is the experience that users want. This is the declarative experience. I wondered if it would use Epic Me to actually save it. So we'll have it save it here. Why don't you save that for me? So users want to declaratively talk to your applications. And then sometimes the best response is text. Like in this case, yeah, this is like a pretty reasonable, wow, geez, did you ditch the remix config? Yeah, maybe? In favor of a remix toml? Please, no. Oh gosh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna just have it save that in our journal here. So sometimes the response being text makes a lot of sense, but not always. And so here it's calling the tool to save that in the database. I can come back later and ask it questions about my journal entries. I'm really looking forward to when I can just talk to my phone, like I'm on a drive and I'm like, you know what? I had a really awesome experience. Let me just tell it, and it can save that in my journal. I don't write in my journal very much, but maybe I would. So we're going to confirm that, and now it's going to save that journal entry into our journal eventually. I expect this also to get a lot faster in the future. Okay, great. So now I'm going to say, could you show that to me, please? It blocked the request? I hope not. It looked like it was okay. Oh, you're right, 403. Yikes. Blocked on safety? Oh, gosh. Yeah, boo. All right. Let me show you what it was supposed to do. Okay, so here I said, now show it to me, and it pulls up some UI. Yay, yeah, thank you. So this is powered by React Router. This is like regular, it's all React. I know it's irrelevant after this afternoon, but for now, this is how you build this. And of course, this is all vibe coded as well, because who writes React these days? Yeah, here, and now I can actually, in the UI, I can interact with the UI, and that feeds back into the conversation. And so there's bidirectional communication across this UI. Now, Michael was talking about iframes earlier. Yeah, man, iframes rock. And this is, yeah, absolutely an iframe for security reasons and all of that. So I don't have a ton more time, but I do have a little bit more time. So I'm actually going to pull up some of the code for this to show you kind of what it feels like. And I've totally forgot to fix my editor settings. Here we go. That should be a little bit better. Okay, so this is that route. Sorry, like this microphone makes it hard for me to see this screen. nope, it's going to be in my way no matter where I put this thing. So yeah, we've got our client loader right here. It is an iframe, and it's expecting its data from the parent frame. That's how like the ChatGPT, or like I said, this isn't just a ChatGPT thing. This could be Claude or whatever. They're going to pass this in through the iframe, and so I'm going to expect to get the entry from the parent frame. And then I've got this hydrate fallback to wait for the entry and stuff. Here's my entry viewer, and like this is all very standard stuff going on here. The specifics here for waiting for the render data, this is all, lots of this is going to change. It's all built on top of, right here, it looks like I'm using an OpenAI proprietary thing, because I am. But they are actively working with the MCP UI folks, I'll talk about that here in a second, to make it a standard thing. So it won't be an OpenAI specific thing. They care about this being a standard as well that's not ChatGPT specific. And so we're just waiting for that tool output to be defined on there in the future. This will all be abstracted into nice little libraries for you, and it is going to look like, yeah, just something like this, just waiting for the render data. I expect it to look like this because I want it to be type safe, and if it doesn't match this, then something's wrong. And so, like, you know, boundaries, right? You want to protect those boundaries. So that's the UI side of this. And then we've got the server side of this. I create these widgets that follow a specific structure that has been established by OpenAI. And there's actually, like I said earlier, there's MCP UI, which also is a extension to the MCP spec, which has utilities that will interop between what this is and whatever the future is going to be for this as well. But yeah, this create widget allows me to create both a tool and a resource that OpenAI is going to use to generate that UI. So they get your HTML, and then they spit in whatever you return from this structured content. And so here I'm going to go say, hey, I need the user, I need their entry, send that entry in, and that's how it goes from my server to the agent, from the agent to the iframe. That's how all that is put together. I expect lots of this to change in the future, but the basic idea will probably remain the same. And it's pretty neat. So if you want to, like, that is open source. You can ask me later. Just look at what was Kent committing at 2 a.m. The night before Remix Jam. You'll find it on GitHub. So just a couple last things I want to mention. So Ido and Liad created MCP UI and worked like their rear ends off to add a compatibility layer between what already exists as this official extension to MCP and what OpenAI released just on Monday. So yeah, huge shout out. Actually, I want you all to clap for them. Back in April, when I first got into MCP, this was one of the first things that I was like, we need to have some UI. And so I posted to the Model Context Protocol discussions, and I said, hey, how are we going to do UI in this thing? And Liad and Ido just jumped on it and built MCP UI, and it's fabulous. It's really, really cool. Yeah, that's like, the future is going to be awesome, where you don't have to just be a big player, but like it's just like the web. If you want to have some sort of representation in this ecosystem, you don't have to ask anybody's permission, except for maybe like somebody to get a nice URL like domain, right? No, like we do still have gatekeepers, I guess, but unless you want an IP address, yeah, you could do that. Talk to your ISP, yeah, gatekeepers. But having it be just anybody, like your municipality, your city, can have an MCP server, and you can just talk to your agent and say, I'm scheduling a birthday party for my son. I need a pavilion at a park. And like OpenAI is not going to build that integration, but your city will, because it's an open standard. And they can give you a nice map, and it'll look amazing. So I'm excited about having a robot that connects everything. We get rid of the integration glue that we've had to do all this time. I've got a bunch of resources for you on Epic AI. I've been working on this for a long time, so if any of those blog post titles interest you, go take a look at that. The spec for MCP is also really straightforward and everything as well, so feel free to read through that. I also want to announce Alam Tuzlek is like creator of React Router DevTools. It was Remix DevTools. And he is going to be teaching all about React Router on Epic Web. And he actually just released yesterday a workshop that you can come attend, and it's going to be great. I've moved all my stuff over to Epic AI. Well, not moved it, like Epic React is still there, Epic Web is still there. It's all still great. But I've focused everything on Epic AI Pro, so go take a look at that. I've got 4 workshops on there already that you're going to love. So with that, I just want to get off this stage and let Ryan and Michael come and talk to us about the future. So thank you all.
All right, Kent, thank you so much, man. Golly, I'm gonna feel like an old caveman talking about HTTP later. I mean, who needs HTTP? Well, you got MCP, right? Seriously though, fascinating stuff. And thank you for, under duress incorporating React Router into your talk. Appreciate that. We have next up, we have some people who are doing some really interesting stuff with Remix V1 and 2, which we rolled into React Router V7. By the way, we've got the whole team here today, so if you're interested in React Router, I'm sure the team would be happy to chat about that kind of stuff. But we have we've been doing a ton of work on React Router, actually. Just this year, we rolled out a new middleware API in React Router. We rolled out support for routes TS. And some of that stuff kind of foreshadows where we're going even with the future of Remix. So without any further ado, you ready to roll?
Do I have to share it? One sec.
I just want to introduce Craig Brunner. Craig has he's done a ton of work on the admin interface for Shopify. So is anybody here running a Shopify store? Anybody here working on Shopify? Yeah, so when you log into Shopify, you've got this admin UI that basically helps you set up your store. You've got all the settings for your store. You can set up your inventory, et cetera, your payments, things like that. It's a big app, okay? When we talk about writing software at scale and evolving that software over time, it's a big job that takes a lot of skill. Craig is absolutely a master at this stuff. He's been working on one of the largest apps, one of the largest React apps in the world. Now for several years, they've been incorporating the stuff that we've been rolling out in Remix and React Router. So without any further ado, Craig, take it away, man.
Thanks. Before I start, is there any Blue Jays fans around here? I guess a lot of people flew in. I'm a Giants fan, so. So this is about how we applied some of the simple concepts from Remix to the admin, like he said. So this is some kind of fast facts about the admin. The admin is admin.shopify.com. It's where you go change everything about your store. Merchants essentially live inside the admin. It is their entire business. It's their source of truth for everything they do for their whole business a lot of the time. So we have scale problems. We have 67 million daily page views, typical kind of scale problems, sorry. And we have a ton of code. Microsoft told us we're one of the largest TypeScript single apps that they knew of a few years ago, so I'm not sure if we still are, but we're pretty big. We have lots of teams contributing to it, over 100, making all these different products, different sections that we call them, like products, product variants, taxes, markets, all that kind of stuff. So we have this problem of contribution scale with tons of people contributing to this giant repo that's loading all this stuff, and we're trying to make it good. So this can be a little bit chaotic sometimes. We're trying to create a unified experience. These are some of the problems that I have to deal with kind of every day. We want fast page loads. We want to have no duplication of effort. We want to have a consistent design. And we want to have instrumentation for everything in the same way. We want to be able to search it. This is the stuff that's asked of me of like, how do we make it feel cohesive, essentially? And then they came to us and said, oh, and we want it to be AI enabled, just like the stock price depends on it and all that stuff. So LLMs change Shopify's priorities a lot. We're very LLM forward here. We want to and the admin, we want to make it very AI accessible. And I'm talking a little bit about how Remix helped us with that. So the first thing we did was it's hard for me to see. Let me see. The first thing we did was we migrated to Vite and React Router, and we had this giant file making up all the routes programmatically, and a bunch of separate files for the different sections that are in the admin, and a big helper file that was separate that was mapping URLs to other stuff, and it was just kind of chaos. We used query everywhere. We didn't have any loaders. We had React context all over the place, like everywhere, and it was a nightmare, my nightmare. And we had form handling different from every team, so it was just chaos. This was me when I joined. Not that the team wasn't great. The team was really, really good. It was just a very transitionary time, and the admin had been around a long time, so we had to make some adjustments. So we had inconsistent loading skeletons on every single page. We had slow page loads. We had no source of truth for other systems like Sidekick, which is our AI, the chatbot, and search. They all had their own manually, like, these are the routes I care about. I don't know where the routes are. If they change in one place, if they change in the app, we're screwed because it's just going to point to a dead link. And then AI only knew about the forms. Like, it could only form fill through the DOM at runtime looking at the form. I could not even tell you how many routes we had in the admin. Nobody knew how many routes we had in the admin, which is kind of crazy. We had guesses, and the guesses were not correct. So the first thing, it's like something we kind of came up with to solve our problem was this idea of these route manifests, which are we had this huge repo, all these contributing teams. It's just these files that you drop into the repo called .route.manifest.ts, the TypeScript files that are compiled out to kind of JSON. These became our big source of truth. They have the loader, the action handler, and then a bunch of annotations needed for these kind of other systems. And then we had a custom link component to like help us handle the IDs to like actual routes and like, convert things so that you could pass IDs around everywhere and you could change paths and stuff like that, and you would still get to the same place. So those are all things that React Router helped us with to start. And we had this now statically analyzable route list, essentially. So I'm going to demo that a little bit. That's my demo. Anybody know this meme? Yeah, it's Elmo. It's Elmo. It's a big Shopify meme, Elmo. Well, this guy particularly. By the way, the AI makes me look weird in all the pictures, I feel like. Like, my hat does not have the right characters on it. Let's see. So this is an example of our product details page, route manifest. You can see that we do some kind of interesting things, like we encapsulate our loader, our action, our forms so that we can kind of run them independently. That's kind of useful, that I'll talk about later. And we attach this thing to all routes, which is our route schema, or our form schema, which is a giant dynamic Dodds schema. And this one's big for this page, and it has imports and all that stuff. But it's really just a file that we drop. And then it has things like, here's like search metadata, so they can update search metadata, terms. Sidekick can put annotations in there. We have things like eligibility for the routes, so we handle eligible. This one's eligible for everybody. Everybody can look at a product, but some routes, you don't have permissions, and we want to handle it in a consistent way, and not even go to GraphQL and get an error. We just want to know this route's not accessible. We don't want to show this link in our link component, stuff like that. So these are kind of the files, and I can take you through like the action function. You can see it's just a big action that gets returned, but these can all be lazy loaded, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Same with our loaders. Just a big loader function. And then our form schema takes the dynamic loader data, so you can adjust what the form schema outputs based on what was loaded for that record, which becomes important for some things we do. Oh, and I'm also going to show this real quick. So now we know how many routes we have, and it's all completely statically analyzable, and we can see, have they converted to having a loader? Do they have a component? Because we actually have some routes that don't have components. And then all this other metadata information, and we can see that we have 1,116 routes. So it's a lot of routes. And then we can look at cool stuff like on the metadata, like I can see the eligibility metadata for this route. Just becomes really less chaotic than we had. I can see all the search metadata for this. We do stuff we do these breadcrumbs that we load a little early so we can like see them in the loading animation. So we have kind of special stuff handling that. It's become a dumping ground for just everything, but at least it's like we can manage it and we can look at it statically. Let's see. Elmo's back. Let's see. All right, so let's talk about loaders. So then we migrated all the routes to React Router and these route manifests. We needed to start doing loaders for performance. We wanted to remove all the use query and remove the loading skeletons. Every page was loading like totally different, like popping in all over the place. It was just super not consistent. We wanted to start using view transitions. We had some people that worked here that worked on view transitions, and we wanted to be kind of cutting edge. So we had some ideas for like how we could animate beautifully with view transitions, and React Router started supporting it. And then we wanted to start using the context that loaded earlier outside of React, so we could start loading the context much earlier in the waterfall. And we ended up using signals to pass data down into React. So React tried to become like our last leg of the page load. This is like the simplified waterfall that we have for our app. We load it's all a single page app. We actually do no SSR, so we're doing remix spa mode on it. But we do load some stuff from the server, some upfront details from GraphQL. Just like crucial data around the session, always necessary data, and then we start loading these context providers for the route. That's the first thing we do. Try to kick off our GraphQL as soon as possible. Everybody wants their data as soon as possible. And then everything else is like lazy loaded assets, like those loaders, all that stuff. It's all lazy loaded like after we feel like we're kicked off that data fetch. And then we want to run the loader as soon as possible and kick off React and loading that stuff later in the timeline. I can talk about this waterfall for a long time. It's not exactly like this. There's probably more parallelization. Things kind of get moved around. We kick stuff off a little earlier, but this is like the critical path that we want to look at. If you want to talk about why we don't use SSR, you can find me, and it's a long conversation.
Can you give us the 30-second version of why you don't use SSR?
Right now, we've determined that it's not going to give us performance benefits, and it's a lot to manage on the servers. This is really easy. We have a lot. The admin's unique because it's all returning customers. Like people are not fresh coming, so that we benefit a lot from cache in the browser. Is that enough? 30 seconds, or you want?
That's a valid architecture, right? The decision that you made to use a spa, right? There's no one solution that fits every app, right?
Yeah, I hope it's a valid architecture, or I should. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Is this a performance review or something like that? No, just kidding. We've been questioned at the highest levels why we're not SSRs. Just bring that up. I think we actually are going to investigate things like server run loaders. There's opportunities for optimization. It's just where we're at right now. It's very easy to manage all the bundles on the CDN. Find me. We could talk a long time about it. Nice. He's on my review. Okay. So performance. This is some like little tricks we got from using React Router and loaders. That's kind of odd that I just wanted to call out. We do stuff like pre-fetching loaders and running them so that we can pre-fill the cache for all of our GraphQL before we even get to the next page. We have heuristics about which routes we should preload. And we even do it whenever you click a link down, we always preload the next route. We preload the loader because that's a free 60 milliseconds. Or if it's like a grandma, it's 120 milliseconds because they click really slow. We also use a persisted cache. We write our GraphQL cache to IndexedDB. So when you come back to the admin, because we have so many returning customers or merchants, they get to keep some of their GraphQL cache, and we have some stuff around that. It's not a lot of people are using that based on how much little stars I've seen on the GitHub repos around this kind of persisted data cache for GraphQL. Another little demo is back. A sec. The first thing I'm going to show is how we our view transitions, so we have no more loading skeletons. Everything's handled page to page through a view transition. We have a pretty simple one. We've thought about doing more complex ones. There's hard parts about view transitions too. I can go a lot into that as well if you want to talk about view transitions. So this is our view transition. You can see how quickly, once the data is loaded, it's very quick and it has that kind of nice crossfade and there's no skeletons. And if it's a longer page, you see we kind of, I'll do it a few more times. If there's a longer load, this one's loaded, but then if I load something new, you see we kind of default to a blank screen, and then you get the fast ones when you have the stuff, but we have no more skeletons. I wanted to show some of that cool prefetching. I just like to open my dev tools. If I click that, you can see when I click down. Oh, yeah.
Just a quick question. The widget in the bottom right, what is that?
Oh, you can, that's just for us, Shopify. Sorry. This is if you want to know how we develop at Shopify, this is kind of interesting. I'm actually running a local dev server right here against prod. So this is all served from my local machine. You can see this cool little local development. So if you work here, you can get access to that. This is our dev UI tab, which gives us all sorts of crazy stuff that we can do with the dev. That's a whole nother talk if you want to talk about that.
Why do you guys dislike the skeletons? Is it just how they look or the inconsistency?
Inconsistency. Yeah. It was completely different page to page. UX wanted something clean that was always the same. And we wanted to load as much upfront as we could. People were doing the wrong stuff in different routes. A lot of can talk. It's kind of a UX decision more than a developer decision, but I had to implement it for them. So I showed the prefetching. On some pages, you would see depending on beta flags and stuff like that, like a bunch of prefetches going off once the browser has idle time. But yeah, so that's our, anyways, we're a lot faster. Because of our waterfall now, you can see we can do these quick, we also do a lot of stale while revalidate. So that's a huge part of the admin is stale while revalidate because of the persisted cache and returning customers. And it's another technical decision we made. Oh, let's get into cooler stuff. Okay, so then we have this, new idea that we just shipped recently called Intense. Anybody heard of Intense? Cool. It was a big part of my life, so it's fine. we just shipped it 2 weeks ago. 3P devs are pretty happy about it, but it basically is like a way to open any admin page globally accessible on top of any other page. It handles being able to call things from one page to another, which without rebuilding components all the place, and we can return data from a form to another form, so everybody can kind of reuse functionality. It's like kind of treats the admin like an operating system is what we're looking at, and this has big effects for AI. And it also helps a lot with dirty state. Like people used to have to do things like, oh, I got to create a collection. Crap, I can't save what I'm doing because I can't put a collection on it. I got to go leave my dirty state, navigate somewhere else, open it up, change it, come back. Now we can actually just be like pop up an intent, which we're calling a page stack, like this thing that pops up. But then 3P can do the same thing too. They can go off and they can open the product form. They don't have to rebuild their own product form. They get our product form and they can get the product back after they do it. They can add their UI extensions to it and then have their own custom app. So it's pretty cool, even if you guys haven't heard of it. Yeah, so I think I addressed all these things on here. So yeah, it's a new thing. I'll show it in a minute. And I can talk about why this is cool for AI. I'll let you read my meme. So one thing we did was we made a consistent form handler for all the pages. We created the schemas, like I talked about before. We have these dynamic Dodds schemas to teach AI, and also so AI can learn about a form and programmatically interact with the form. And forms can now be known outside the route because we've encapsulated it in that form function. And we have programmatic form filling APIs because we know how to fill it, even if we're not on a route. And then we have the Remix simple action lifecycle. So we can actually submit forms from AI without even opening the component because Remix is so simple. We just post to our action, just like the form would post to the action. AI can do it instead of the person, like AI is going to do for everything. Yeah, so that's what we kind of call headless, is the ability for AI to like operate on the admin without opening any component or showing anything to the user. Or they can show it in the same way the user would see it, so it's like one-to-one. And some of the concepts look similar to what Kent was talking about previously, so it's kind of cool to see the convergence between like what we did and what he was talking about. So basically, yeah, this has really opened up the options for, like, if we have this consistency for all the routes, we can do some really cool stuff with AI. And I think that that's powered by just super simple concepts from Remix. Keeping it simple really helps in some of these cases. Okay, let me see, go back to my... Close this. First, I'll show you guys like an intent. So you can think like, well, I think there's actually one I can show you that's already implemented on here. So if I'm on the product page now and I say add a collection, that pops up. This is the collection page. So this is the new instance of React Router. And they can change this. They can change their route. They can do whatever they want. I fill this. I click save. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, so it created the collection, and then the collection is filled into the previous form. And you can think that that's really beneficial for 3P for third-party developers so that they can do the same thing, go off, do all this cool stuff without, because previously they had to rebuild it all with their own, with the APIs, the backend APIs. And now they get it for free. So if they open the collection form and we made some cool new collection feature, they get that cool feature. So I'm going to show, so that's intense. And you can see that these can stack. If I go back to my little secret panel that you guys don't get, I can load, I can just keep popping these things up. And they can link all the way down through. So you can say, like, this one depends on this one, this one depends on this one, this one depends on this one. So it's kind of taking a operating system concept. It's like more, it can go infinite until the browser runs out of memory. And then I want to talk a little bit about, and Felipe after me is going to get into how AI is using this, but I'm going to talk about like how that programmatic form filling is pretty cool. So if I go back to my console, I have a little window object here that I can, I'm going to copy and paste this. So this is going to invoke an intent and already have it pre-filled. So that you can think like we could be loading and the LLM could already know what the form is and be like finding, pre-filling the data without having to like load it, then go into the DOM and then figure out what am I supposed to do. It's like, I know what I'm supposed to do, load it, and I'm going to in the background be running the LLM and I'm going to be ready with the data as soon as we get there. So you can see that I did that from the console. I loaded this form, no DOM manipulation. It knows how to validate it because of the Zod, and LLMs are I didn't mention this. LLMs are really good at Zod, right? They're trained on Zod. They know how to provide valid data because of Zod. So having that thing that we can give to the LLM makes the LLM a lot better at managing it. And you can see that it pre-filled the data with what I said. If you want to look at my command again. I filled the description and I filled the title, and it kind of highlighted those fields with a little animation, and it did it all programmatically. And there's a lot of we're like doing things like he was talking about. We're adding like MCP tools to different routes. So when you load up a route, you get some tools, stuff like that, cool stuff like that to help the AI. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that stuff though, but whatever. For you guys. Cool, I got a couple minutes left. You can even do this form filling, like I do it on intent there. You can do it on just regular navigations. You can just say, just navigate me over this route. It's all the same APIs. You can pre-fill it. So it's like different ways to slice that onion, I guess. I don't know. I just wanted to finish with talking about what's kind of top of mind for like next things for the admin, because we kind of shipped all this stuff. I'm thinking a lot about how to make fully dynamic pages and have those pages load fast. I'm also thinking about how to integrate components like he's talking about into chatbots, but more like how can chatbots create custom merchant UIs for us, like to make a custom UI for like a merchant specific business. Like you can think they might want their own product flow that ties to this analytics, or they might want to create like an automatic like button they click that automatically does these things for their business because they do that every day, 15 times a day. So how do we create those like dynamic UIs with dynamic components that still load fast, like pulling data up into the loaders, keeping the same waterfall. So the idea of like smart components that AI can cook with is kind of what I've been thinking about a lot. And then we're doing stuff like letting the LLM write glue code to glue these dynamic UIs together. And how do we keep that safe? Felipe might talk about it, but we have some technologies like Remote DOM at Shopify to help sandbox code for all that kind of glue code. And yeah, this is kind of and then also things like how do I execute the same things I would do online, offline, but like without even being in the browser, but still get people but people have to write the code in that way because all of our business logic, a lot of our business logic lives in the browser, so I'm thinking a lot about how code separation lives and where people write code and where they put it and how to transform millions and millions of lines of code that exist to new places. So yeah, so this is just my top of mind. If anybody wants to talk to me about that kind of stuff, I'm always interested. Oh, if you guys like route manifest legal, made me patent that, so just call it something else or something. I don't know if you use it. That's it for my talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Love that guy. You passed your performance review. Good job. High marks. Golly, when it comes to scale, I mean, it doesn't really get bigger than that. That was pretty impressive. How many people here like work on a large app or have yeah? I mean, you watch a talk like that, or if you've worked on a large app. I used to work at Twitter in 2011, and we built all of the like Twitter analytics stuff, and you just kind of like you know, when you work at that kind of scale and you see those kinds of problems, like you can appreciate a talk like that. You know, you talked about like code splitting out, like splitting out things into loaders and actions and dynamically loading those. You know, having things like statically analyzable with your kind of route manifest. You know, I mean, tools like that get you some real leverage in situations like that. So thank you so much, Craig. Our next talk is Felipe. He's here all the way from Rio, so thank you for making the trip, man. Felipe has been working at Shopify for 6 years now, I think. He's a senior engineering manager working on the Sidekick tool. So if you've used Shopify, Sidekick is this cool little AI assistant that we have. I'm going to let Felipe tell you more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Craig, for setting the stage for this talk. We're really going to be talking about how we built Sidekick in this past couple of years. But before we start, I'm going to show a video from 2023, June 2023.
So I've got something really cool to show you. I'm deeply excited about this. I started this company almost 2 decades ago because entrepreneurship is hard, entrepreneurship is important, and it needs to be easier. There's a million things you need to know when you're embarking on this journey, and a million things that you will have to figure out along the way that you don't even know yet. Some people are lucky enough that you have someone you can call or you can text with questions. Some people do not. But imagine how much more entrepreneurship would there be in the world if everyone would have someone by their side who is deeply competent, totally committed to you, available around the clock, with no judgment, with no fear, knowing everything there is about Shopify and entrepreneurship writ large. Technology has advanced so much in the last year that this is now possible. And we are building this directly into Shopify. We could not be more excited about it. We believe entrepreneurs are heroes. This is our foundational belief here. And every hero needs a sidekick. Every entrepreneur has tons of questions. Sidekick will have answers that are specific to your business. It is built for the purpose of helping you with the entrepreneurial journey. One of the best things about Sidekick is that it can take things off your to-do lists and, if you so choose, do them for you. It will not question your vision, but if there's a big change you want to make, it'll definitely be able to help you with that too. Sidekick knows everything that Shopify knows. That includes how to design your store, that includes developer documentation and economic trends. I can't actually think of any corner of the internet that will benefit more from AI than the pursuit of people building their own businesses. I've been part of the technology industry since the mid-90s. I have never seen anything like AI. This will be an unbelievable boon to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, so that happened. 2023, and we were just getting started. So we had our goal to go like far beyond a chatbot, and we were really trying to achieve that goal. Sidekick was a really small team back then. We had about like 4 or 5 people working on it, and we need to make the admin operable. So we're like, okay, how we did get to do this? And you all seen the Shopify admin from Craig. We were looking at 700 routes, 4 form libraries, God knows how many types of like loading data scattered across it. And it was runtime based. So like Craig said, to see what was on a page, the user had to navigate to the page, and we kind of like had to try to figure out then what is. And one of the first learnings that we had was how hard it is to know when a page is finally done navigating. Even with all the APIs and all sort of things, there could have been like a use query hidden somewhere there that's kind of like loading some very important data. So we had to kind of like deal with that. So when you get to Sidekick and you ask like, hey, where can I create a product? Or what are the fields to create a product? Like, we had to figure out how to solve for that. The first Shopify admin now, we got like a much better place. We have like all those route first actions. We have like all the definitions of loaders and actions. We have schemas that are attached to each route. And that really allow us to unlock the power of Sidekick. That is not to say that we didn't hack our way around it before we had all that. Like, this was 2023. Like, this seemed like this new version of the admin with manifest and all was around like mid-2024, if I'm not mistaken. But that was what we had to do. And then enter Sidekick. Sidekick, at its heart, is an agent. How many of you here are familiar with like this concept of like AI agents, the agentic loop? Amazing. Cuts my job short. But at its heart is like, we have a human interacting with an LLM. This LLM is performing actions on an environment, and this environment can be an API. This environment can be like a web application, as we're seeing now with all this like MCPY, ChatGPT apps. We're getting more and more like these APIs integrating web applications. From that video, saw like Sidekick was born with a couple of skills that we really wanted to work well. It needed to segment the customer user base. It needed to perform analytics. It needed to navigate the admin. It needed to answer questions. And needed to do form filling. And thus became our little kind of like what I call our quest for context, where we spend the next, I don't know, I'm gonna say year trying to figure out like what's the best way to provide good context for LLM so that it can know what it's doing. Because once you start working with LLMs, you learn that there's a problem of like not enough context, but there's almost a bigger problem of like too much context. You can't like just like put everything there. Maybe one day they'll get there, but that day is definitely not today. So we started working about like how to navigate the admin, like how we get like all those manifests, eligibility rules, descriptions, tasks, and filters. But then we had to go one step further, which was how can we, what's kind of like additional information that we have to add to that manifest to work properly. It's not only like a description, it's not only like a task, but it can be a natural language way to describe what's being done on the page. We tried a couple of things doing that. We tried puppeteering, loading the admin, asking an LLM to kind of like, hey, what can we do here? We try inspecting the markup of the page. We try to track every single form submission that was ever done in the admin, shove that somewhere and analyze it. But what we learned at the end, like, while all those are valid tools, it's really getting like the developers that are building those apps, building those tools, to add that metadata, to enrich and to talk about what they're building. The way the Sidekick works for navigating the admin is you get a user query. This user query triggers an LLM call. This LLM call does like a get admin activities to call, which triggers a quick vector search. We are always trying to get Sidekick to be as fast as possible, so we can't really go like to another LLM here or something like that. And we let the model pick the best route. It works well. That's the thing, 60% of the time works every time, kind of thing. because one thing that we learned is that the models are trained on a gazillion URLs. So it can get very easy for a model to kind of like ignore running data, and we keep like pulling some levers. Thankfully, they are getting smarter. This is becoming less of a problem for us right now. But then there's the other human problem on this. As people started adding metadata to their admin routes, we got so many, like everybody's building a dashboard in a way or another. So they added like a dashboard route. Some team put like view sales data as the thing that they could do because they could view sales data for their app. And then we have to figure out a way to filter that and to ensure that like all this data is valid. So we build like an evaluation set that, especially for the most important routes, we knew that they were always going to these places that we expect. And we keep running this thing daily to prevent like degradation in the system. Okay, so now we got like Sidekick. So this is what allows us to do things like take me to my products list. So we see found like 4 pages that could be products. It picked the best one, and then there's this little card which navigates the user. So this is like how Sidekick at the heart it works. We keep tinkering with the UI here. Sometimes I always joke like I don't even know like what kind of like tool calling patterns it's going to be using right now, because that's something that's been changing a lot, especially with MCPY, all these other patterns. And you can also do things like show me my corgi cargo pants. I have a corgi. He is a very big part of my personality, sadly. So it shows up here and there. So this is doing like it found the product. It's gonna try to navigate it. This time it asked me like what's the specific one before showing a link. But then we got like, okay, let's fill some forms. I'm like, yay, we know what we have to do now. We want to like set a title to the product. Our go-to query was create a red tie truck, which I've typed in this, create a product called red tie. I've lost track of how many times I typed this into Sidekick. But you see here, what the model is doing is finding where can it create a toy truck, and then it's generating all this content here for the user. It's like making up prices, trying to get and do the form filling. And you see like this is kind of like how it works currently. But when we started this path, this wasn't what was possible. We tried to like, okay, let's solve this on the DOM level, because surely like the DOM is good enough for us to figure out all the metadata that we need. Shopify invested so much in Polaris on those days. For those of you that don't know, Polaris is the React component library, and we were like, okay, we can definitely do this. But as you see, there's not enough metadata on the DOM. I do believe one day like browsers are going to build like better APIs, or like it's going to go into the HTML spec, some like AI metadata attributes that you can put on an app, but we're still not there yet. Because even for a case like this, like, hey, when I add a product to a discount, while on the application level, this is a single field, it's like an array of products. On the DOM level, this was like a button, an input. If you click there, it pops up a dialog. So what we learned from our experience here is that the framework layer is the best layer for you to kind of like operate and let AIs operate and do stuff. There's this old like saying like never run your own auth. People should add one that's like never build your own form library, because I do not recommend that to my worst enemy. But we ended up needed schemas. We needed like to balance a good fine line of like developer experience and LLM experience. So we brought in Dodds, and we started really working towards this sort of like schema first APIs. You saw Craig doing a little like glimpse of that, but at its heart, it's like, hey, I want to have something that we can know ahead of time. We can know without loading the page what can be done. So we created like this little like create form helper and did like this schema, z-string max. And the reason we ended up going this, and this gets used by the use route form, that basically does all the stitching with a loader. It uses the React router handle to find the form that needs for the page. builds everything together in this nice little API that people can just like put on the components. But then we are like, okay, but how can we make AI work really, really well with this? Because that's like just a field called title. You're all developers here. You know how you name your fields. Sometimes they don't make a lot of sense. So we started building additional annotations for Sidekick. So you can add to a field a little like Sidekick part, and you can say like, hey, be creative with this field. If it's a price, you can say like, hey, research the price before picking it up so that it doesn't try to come up like random prices from anywhere. You can really like build a lot of instructions for the model, because at the end of the day, and this gets generated into like this little like JSON schema that then the model understands. One thing that I'll tell you all, like models are really, really good at JSON schemas. They have a lot of training, a lot of exposure to them. So it's really a natural way. Even if you're eventually gonna like format it in a different format, format it to different things, like I strongly recommend like thinking in this schema first approach as you're building AI-enabled apps. But then like web continued to evolve. We had like MCP that came up like earlier this year. We have all those other things. And up to this point, Sidekick was mostly doing like server-side stuff. But we really had like a change of mind. We were like, okay, actually, the Shopify admin is an MCP server for Sidekick. It's something that's providing the tools. It's getting like the Sidekick can call like get form schema for that user. Sidekick can call like the fill form. Sidekick can maybe navigate the user, and the admin can even expose additional tools. Like the sky's the limit, kind of like an approach here. And I find this insight kind of like funny with the OpenAI apps, because it kind of like puts us in a place where, yeah, Sidekick's amazing, but maybe there are like other MCP clients that are going to be using all those tools that we're building. And it paints like a really nice open standard of future that people can use the Shopify admin as well, however they want. So how does those clients works? It is ugly. It is like a lot of like, Sidekick works on SSE stream. So we got a tool call, we emit an SSE event, the browser executes that event and turns that into like a little tool response. So when you go to Sidekick and say, create a new product, what we're doing behind the scenes is calling this get from schema. We're running the loader, we're getting all the schema values, we send it back to the model can think what's gonna do, and then it does a final tool call, which was that nice little card that we saw here. Like render, like preview and sort of stuff. And this code here, like a quick demo for you. Like I said, for me, the biggest unlock that we got with like moving to React Router, moving to loaders and actions, is that now all of this happens without the browser having to navigate. All of this happens kind of like in this headless way. So we basically created like a function that you can call form fetch. It finds the loader. It sees the loader has a form. It then calls the loader, executes all the data. There's like translation things here that I want to like just skim through, but like for a model, it's very important for the models, everything could be in English, but we also have part of our form API translatable labels. And then it gets all those forms and return like the schemas to Sidekick. This little flow like unlocked so much for us in like what Sidekick could do. So now Sidekick can start like reasoning about like, hey, I want to do this fill form on this page, and then I want to do like something else, and it just, everything is a tool call at the end of the day. But that was still like not enough. We were like, okay, how we can push the admin further? One thing that we considered was like, we just already include like the loader data to the context of Sidekick. But then we run into the problem of like, people put a lot of things on their loaders, and it's a bunch of JSON, and the model can get confused there. So we built this nice little like Sidekick hint API, which you can collocate with your loader. And basically, as you navigate to the page, Sidekick keeps executing all those hints, and the developers can kind of like provide more awareness to the Sidekick that what's happening on the user session. So we have like, hey, this person tried to configure a domain, but the domain had an error. So when you ask like, hey, Sidekick, help me, which is something that people type a lot. It's like just a plain help me, and Sidekick has to figure out like what the hell is happening here. So this kind of like API allow us to move forward with this and build like a really like a system that understand. We still get cursed a lot. Sidekick users, Sidekick developers are its own like worst critics, I find. But it's getting to like a really nice place. Once Sidekick started working really well, we started moving away from like this little sidebar that we were in and trying to bring Sidekick into more places of the admin. So now, while previously you could, open this page here. Oh, sorry, scarred, dirty states. So now we got to a place where like a lot of the help links that previously were going to say like open help.shopify.com, do something else. If you click those things, we built this little like launch API that allows you to kind of like start talking Sidekick right away. And it says like products in Shopify, that's the merchandise, whatever. Like it does like a help call, it finds some things there. And this API is super neat because we also allow the developer that owns that page to add any additional context to it, and the model adheres to that context. So it's a great way to tell more about your product or build like some like, previously you had to do like a learn more and build like a documentation kind of thing. And now we can just have the person continue to learn about their feature while they're on the same page, while they're talking with Sidekick. This is my backup demo. The other thing that we ended up going was generating content. Like we're trying to move Sidekick away from this like sidebar and see where it can be used. And one thing that came to mind is like, okay, we can use Sidekick since it's going well. It's like outputting natural language, but maybe it could also output like some structured content. We can leverage that since it's this agentic loop. So we can start using Sidekick to like generate queries. You all saw the analytics tool that we showed in the past, and you can say like, show me sales for the last 30 days. And this is something that was built completely by the analytics team, just using a few APIs that we provided. So Sidekick is really moving to becoming like this platform on the admin. Is it gonna work? Yay. So you see it built like this little like analytics query. Sadly, this is my test shop. I don't have any sales. My corgi cargo pants are not a hit, but we're trying. But even more like building this flow where you can kind of like refine the query and say like group by product title. And what I find really cool about this is that it's painting a future where Sidekick's know not only the chatbot, like Kent alluded to, but AI is kind of like part of like every feature that people are building. So yeah, it did here, group by product title, and update it. And this feels really natural. So one thing to do, and we could not do this before like figuring all those things out before. So yeah. And the API for this is really like a call that's do like Sidekick generate. We have teams using this for product descriptions. It returns async iterable that you can just like go through the content and do pretty much whatever you want with it. And you can, again, pass additional context, configure Sidekick from those calls. So it's really unlocking a lot of like new use cases for Sidekick. And then now we have admin intents, which Miko showed. And for me, admin intents, the part that it makes like so cool is that let's say you're trying to do something like create a collection for my summer sale with a 20% discount to it. Previously, you have to kind of like open the collection page, hope that the user saved it, figure out somehow to track into like the save button that on the top. Once that happens, you would have to tell the model somehow that like the user did the thing, so the model could kick off the new loop. But now that we have this, everything's kind of like an intent, everything's a tool call. An intent returns like the ID of the product that was created, it returns some payloads, so Sidekick can start thinking about, okay, I'm first gonna create a list of intents. I wanna create a product first, and then I wanna create a discount. Everything's a tool call, so it knows like the total results of the created product can go as an argument for the created discount and just like starts like really understanding all of that, which I find like really cool. Can't demo this yet, but it's coming soon. And another cool thing that we ended up doing with Sidekick, and this was like when Kent was doing like this whole like talk with Sidekick, like Sidekick works with voice. But working with voice brought like a complete paradigm shift on how we build Sidekick. Whereas before it's like a server, voice is this persistent connection that you have. All the two calls are happening between a proxy. It can call like some server tools, it can call some clients tools, and brought all those constraints to us. And we're gonna try to see how it works live.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneur. How can I help you make
Navigate me to products list.
Let me take you
Okay. Kind of wonky, but I think you got the picture. So we did the navigation for us. And for me, what I want to really show with like voice is like, since there's no like button to be clicking, the person's most likely on a mobile page. We just got Sidekick to be a much more proactive. Whereas in the past, we show like a little card for you. With voice is really like navigating and like changing the state of the admin. And this brings like one big like drawing the sand line that we had for Sidekick is AIs are getting better. AI, like they're constantly evolving. Our merchants are our most important thing. So while we trust AIs a lot to generate content, we built most of our patterns around this little like dirty states where the user will have to do like the final interaction. The user has to click save, the user has to approve what the model is doing. We one day we get like background agents that are doing like all those things and managing the shop and doing like Toby vision of putting everything on sale. Yes, like confident, but it's not that day right now. So. And something that also started happening, it's like, okay, Sidekick's working well, but it started to feel like really constrained on this little piece of the sidebar. So we made Sidekick full screen. And Sidekick became like this integral part that like sometimes people are just using the Sidekick full screen mode to get reports, to test things out. And it ties really well with intents because now if you want to do a form fill, you no longer have to kind of like squeeze Sidekick to the sides. You can just open an intent, do the thing. Sidekick knows that everything is happening. So because if I click here in preview, it will do to kind of like create the jarring experience, and that's something that we'll be able to avoid pretty soon. But then once we started doing like this big screen of Sidekick, we're like, okay, Sidekick's looking more and more like a canvas than like a single chatbot or something like that. And where can it go from there? So we started thinking about like how we're going to be using Sidekick to generate an UI. This is not only like the MCPY, which I'm very bullish on. I think it's a great paradigm, especially for like app developers that build on top of the Shopify platform to integrate with the admin. But also how we get Sidekick to generate like rich content, to build like a richer experience with the user. And our first attempt was like, okay, I just want to do like a for loop, call create elements, and call it a day. And this is kind of like what we came up with. It kind of worked, wasn't perfect. They're like, okay, the models are really good at like writing code blocks. Like they have all this exposure to like writing code blocks. Shopify has a great MCP dev tool that shows all the Polaris components that you can use inside the admin. So we're like, let's try that. Let's see how it feels, and we kind of like get like an S stack. This is built on the remote DOM technique. So the way that this works, this never saw the light of day, by the way, I'm going to explain why, but the way that this works is that we parse all this markup, we send to a web worker, the web worker compiles this, renders it, and then renders on a good old iframe on the client. The reason that this didn't work for us currently is mostly the models can be a bit too slow, and this markup can be a bit verbose. You're getting the model to generate like full pages of contents. And that's not always like, that takes time and creates like experience that the user is just like waiting there. 6 months from now, a year from now, we'll see where the models are in like speed, but I think we can have other ideas there. But something that I would encourage you all if you want to try it, like creating like some specialized components for this. You can do your own data fetching inside those components, you can do all those things. So if you're building like an application that you want to render like its own rich UI, this is something that I think it's going to work well in the future. And like, what's next? What do I see where we're going here? We have MCPY, we have WebMCP, which is a new standard that people are building to treat really the browser as this client that people are going to use. In-browser models are bound to happen. Chrome has its own API that they're training, that they're using. So you as a developer will be able to use the model to kind of like, instead of what you're doing to navigate all the routes, you might get a browser model to find the best route on your app or something like that. But as developers, what I see for us is like our focus should still be in providing like the best context possible, so that as models continue to improve, you're going to be in the best situation to leverage them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate you taking the time to come and share your knowledge with us about Sidekick. All right, it's been a good morning. We've heard about a lot of the stuff that's coming down the pike. We've heard about MCP, a lot about MCP UI. We've heard about the scale we're operating at here at Shopify, some of the cool ways that we're integrating AI. Who's hungry? Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a break. So we're going to head up these stairs. We're going to eat on floor 11. We'll be up there for about an hour, hour and a half. We're going to come back here. We're going to get things started at 1:30, and we're going to talk about what's next for Remix. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, something really quick I forgot to mention in my talk. First, MCP UI actually is a Shopify baby, so thank you, Shopify, for that. Second, I brought a bunch of shirts that I don't want to take home with me. They are the blue Epic Web shirts, and the stickers as well. Take them all. Oh, wait. There are actually, some of them are women's size or fitted sizes as well, so I just take them, please. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah. When you showed create form, I'm like, you didn't have to tell me we needed that. Like, yeah, he's like, we have this step. I'm literally going to show you when you hover over the mouse like that. TypeScript is doing static analysis on your web. That's all it is. It's a static analysis. We're building like the tools. We're building like the shovels and the pickaxes, and all these people are going to be like, "Oh, thank you! Like I can finally I have the primitives that I." That was my whole vision of this schedule. Get those three up there and look at what we're doing. Here are the things I need. Really, like that's our context. That's why we're building. We're not there yet. We haven't. No one's building Sidekick on our stuff yet, but you can see what they need and why we didn't go down that path, because it doesn't. Yeah. Look at how much of a better fit React Router loaders and actions are. Yeah. And you fit that I can fetch. Yeah. Like that. That doesn't serve. And now you got to and then when we get to frame, it's like, hey, look at frame. This is a little chunk of UI. Okay, URL. It allows us to reload that. But it also allows us to say, hey, AI, here's a URL for a fragment. You can render whatever you want.
you want to set your demo up now so we don't have to futz around after lunch? Get right into it? Or do you got to do stuff still? Still got some time. So.
All right.
Better, we can get it.
No, that's good. Yeah, it's good.
tool that we made was like a very basic Create React app. You know, it's stuck in that space, it's stuck in the spot where performance issues, here and there. And then it was like, I started hearing about Remix. This is nice. I really like the interaction. Yeah, it's like, I love the, you know, cloud-based routing was cool this time and all this stuff. So it's like, and we were building out some tooling. I took, like on a side project, I took Netflix's conductor flows, team sessions, and their logs and shit. So I was like, hey, you know, this out in like Remix and like our new next one flow, and built that out. And like, it was just for the team to use, and then our managers was like shopping around for other teams. We're like, we want to put this out, like we really like this. That really kind of gave us a push to start using Remix. And we had a bunch of people on other teams that we so you really there's athlete. Yes. But it's not. No, guys, that's totally cool. I just presume it's something like normal that you want to use. It's like but like no, I presume like you're using like Linux to do like free time, just to use free time with not after. I didn't realize you could do that. It's been really nice, like we lose kind of hard. You don't have to follow the same like time. We have some people that are no longer athletes and who are very into talks and stuff that were really dimensionalized their years. And Andre is my friend. He's my friend. Yes. Okay. He literally spotted me. No, he's not here. He wanted to go, but like he literally like. Oh my god, I saw you. And he's like, like he's so sick. Yeah. Not living anymore. I know. Yeah. Okay. So he's really been influencing it. All pretty much documentation, and now it's like it's anybody who's an internal application is like I want to use this. Oh, nice. That's so cool. I don't want to use the last one anymore. I don't know about last one. I know a lot of people, you know, a lot of people are looking for things that are like really easy to just like fire up. And a lot of our athletes still travel. Those are things that we're looking at. I think also spread out. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that we're yeah, that's actually so. We actually, we don't use Remix, but like our situation's like kind of different. Where it's like we are
they showed like the transfer face to the I saw like the buttons. Because that's all you can see. That's this one always shows the content of the stream. That's it's already went.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Remix Jam afternoon session. You feeling good? How you feeling? All right, feeling good. Good. All right, it has been a blast. I got to meet so many cool people. What about you, Ryan? Meet anybody cool over lunch? Flipping on. There you go. Anybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody get to meet Ryan for the first time? Yeah, I'm sorry, really.
Actually, I've been surprised how many, like, we got like this remix crew from like 2021.
Yeah, people,
Yeah, they're
it's
everywhere.
fun.
Love seeing you guys. Who's got a supporter jacket? Raise your hands. Actually, stand up. Supporter jacket, stand up.
You guys are awesome.
No, so you guys don't understand. Our business was dead.
COVID.
And you guys bought licenses to some random thing called Remix and kept us going. We're going to show you another random thing called Remix. But we don't need $250 from you this time.
So this like today has actually been like, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years in the making. Just sort of thinking about things, watching trends, looking at React, looking where it's going, looking where the web is going. And it's been a while now that Ryan and I have both kind of felt a little bit like, no, we're not sure where React is going. You know, we built the first version of Remix. We built that on top of React. We loved React. It was completely transformative for both our thinking about how to build things for the web and for our careers personally. We both done a ton of work in React and have a lot of respect for the people who originally made the thing. It's been a fantastic tool for us. But like I said, a couple years ago, we kind of started looking at it. There was a lot of overlap with what we were doing with Remix. And there was a lot of kind of duplication. Well, we're going to do, you know, optimistic UI like this. Oh, React is going to do optimistic UI kind of in a similar way, but slightly different. And they kind of started adopting a lot of the feature set that we originally shipped with Remix, which is cool, right? Support for HTML forms, thumbs up. That's awesome. But then also a lot of the things they did in a slightly different way. And it kind of got to a point where we said, okay, like, you know, we've got this thing, React Router. We've been working on that for a decade now. It's weird to say that, but a decade. A lot of people built on React Router. Shopify's built on React Router.
My beard's gray now, starting.
Beard is graying. We can't. We're not just going to abandon that thing. Like we want that thing to go for a long time.
Well, you saw all the awesome stuff that we're building at Shopify still
100%.
On top of React Router.
100%.
So React Router is not going anywhere. Just to make that very clear.
Yeah.
The Remix team works on React Router.
Yeah. But also, how do you take care of what is and what currently exists, and then also try and anticipate what's coming in the future and what's coming down the pike?
Yeah, if you look at everything that our colleagues showed, there's a lot of important things that you need to know to be able to really take advantage of AI in a web framework. URLs are incredibly important. As Michael and I, like you were saying a couple years ago, started going down the path of trying to figure out what is the next version of Remix, we were trying to build it on top of RSC. RSC really opened up our minds about how you could build a framework. The selective hydration in it is super cool. The async components, where components can individually own their loading data, and then you can unblock a stream at any of those boundaries, is also really appealing. And so we shuffled everything over to React Router so that we had this clear path in front of Remix to say, okay, how do we build the simplest, most powerful thing on top of the tools that we now have available? And as we started down that path, there was some impedance mismatch with our own kind of opinions on how we want to build software. And there was a mismatch on some of the stuff that you just saw this morning. If you consider something like use server in React, what's the URL to that RPC function? Well, it changes every build. So how do you feed that to a model to say, hey, I have an action here. I've got a form on this page. I want the model to go post that form for the user instead of actually like showing it on the page, right? So and it's not just React. The whole front-end ecosystem has kind of been relying more and more and more on transforms and bundling, not just to optimize an app that already worked, but rather to enable features there's actually runtime semantics for what the bundler does to the code. And that was just, it added some complexity, and we were kind of struggling with like, well, how do we fit that into our goals with building this framework? And so we had this clear runway in front of Remix, and we started thinking, okay, what else could we do with Remix? Let's widen our view here. And what do the platforms give us now? The world has changed. Node is 16 years old. React is 12, 13 years old. And old software is great. There's nothing wrong with being old software. React Router is old. I'm old. There's only a few of you older than me in this room. Raise your hands. I'm just kidding. And so the environment around building a web framework has changed. We really like where React Router v7 is at. We like the features in React that they've offered with RSC. It leads to really cool patterns. But there's that complexity that we're a little bit allergic to. And so we're like, there's got to be a simpler way.
Well, and genuinely have a hard time like understanding it at times and explaining how it works.
Yeah, I've lost track. I've actually lost track of how it all puts together. And I feel like a single developer, while they don't need to know every single bit of a product, they should have a general understanding of the whole stack. And I'm a front-end developer, and I've personally lost track of a lot of what's going on in the front end. So maybe our idiocy is our superpower. We're not smart enough for all the new stuff. So we're going to build something for all of us idiots. But no, so the web is different though now. So we've kind of like climbed up this mountain with the front-end ecosystem. We're about to set up camp, and Michael and I are looking at each other like, I don't know if I want to camp here. And now that we've hiked up, because of all the work that we've done and other people in the communities have done, we're higher now, and we have a better perspective, and we can see a different peak over there that we think is simpler. And so we need to climb back down this mountain, and then we're going to go climb up another one. And on that other mountain, though, is like I'm saying, the environment has changed. The web has different things now. We've got modules. You can actually load modules.
ES modules.
We've got TypeScript. That's different. Node wasn't designed with TypeScript in mind. React wasn't designed with TypeScript in mind. We got service workers, which opens up all sorts of actually back-end stuff for the web platform itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and Remix 3 is not just about innovating on the front end either. Remix 3 is a lot about innovating on the back end as well. What has happened in the back end since Node was introduced? We've got promises and async await since Node was introduced. We've got streams, like web streams, right? I don't know if we've got some people probably who've been doing Node for a while, and you saw the first 3 versions of Node streams. We've got web streams on Node now. We've got containers for binary formats. We've got array buffer. We've got uint8 array. We've got web crypto on Node, right? We've got the fetch API, right? You can just say fetch and put that in your Node API. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about too is on the front end. A lot of it's going to be on the back end as well. A lot of web APIs making their way to the back end. Should we get started? Yeah, enough chitty chat. Didn't we have like a demo or something that we brought?
Yeah, hot off the press.
Oh, nice. Well, is that just for you, or like, do we have those for everybody? Did you bring enough for everybody?
Yeah, we brought enough for everybody.
Oh. Grab a compact disc on your way out today. We'll have them for you near the front. Does anybody know what to do with that thing? Come back. Yeah, don't put it. Yeah, it's good. You know, you could put a coaster, put your glass on it. Can we actually do you have a super drive over there? Can we run that code?
We'll see.
All right.
So delicate with it.
Insert the remix. I hope you didn't smudge it with your fingerprints.
I mean, the node modules are pretty big. It's like half the... I hear it spinning.
All right. Let's boot up the super drive.
Oh, dang.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
All right, that's it. Go get your disc.
All right, so yeah, you can go get your disc on the way out. Are you actually? Do you actually want to run this one, or should we?
I'm running this one, man.
Okay, all right, let's run it. Let's run it. Let's check it out. What we got?
CD into the CD.
Who said that? This guy has.
Ironic.
He's got a '90s cover band.
Yeah.
In Cleveland. Plays at House of Blues. Anyway, we got to get this guy
amazing
a little more involved.
Should be on our team. What the heck? I've got a '90s cover band. I mean, we're probably not as good as you, but like, we play every once in a while. All right, so let's check out what's on this CD. We should.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, it's a disc. Oh, address and use. I'm good. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sorry about that.
You thought he was kidding earlier when he said we were idiots. No, we're.
This is why we ship the node modules.
Yeah.
That it would just work.
All right, double click on that baby. What is going on over here? Ooh, nice. Got a little drum machine. Let's test it out. Beautiful, beautiful. I love it.
Does anybody know what the BPMs are for giving someone chest compressions to keep them alive? Staying alive. How many, what's the tempo of that?
What's the BPM?
120, right?
20, I heard it.
All right, I want to hear the crowd. You guys all just start clapping until you get to 120, and we'll see if we get it. Let's go.
Ready? Here we go. No, that's too fast. It's too fast. You're gonna kill the guys. You gotta bring him back to life, but like, you don't wanna go too fast.
80-year-old lady, her chest.
Yeah.
Like.
You're broken all of her ribs. Gone.
All right, try that again. Let's try that again. Here we go.
Okay, stay right there. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. All right. It's a little slow.
All right, guy in a band. Give us a clap. 120. No. You're the singer.
You sing it.
Keep going.
2, 3, 4. 1. Ah, hey. All right.
117. I'm good with it.
Hey, if I need
I'm good with it.
If I need CPR, I wanted this guy to do it.
Okay.
Should we show him some code? Should we show him how to build this thing?
Yep.
Okay, Rye GPT. Let's get started with a I don't know. Let's do a counter. Can you make a counter, Rye GPT?
I can make a counter.
I didn't even like say anything that I'm right or wrong. It was just like a request.
Yeah, it doesn't say that right out the gate.
All right.
They literally took my joke. I can't deliver that one later now. It's over.
Well, sorry, are you gonna be like GPT-5 and like not do anything until I ask you to do it again, or are you gonna like actually do something?
I'm GPT-5, yeah. Okay, I made it.
Okay, actually do it now.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, so let's get a button. Cool. Text content. Okay, interesting. Sure. Okay, let's see.
I made a counter.
Thanks, GPT. I learned this thing. I've been doing React. The React guys told me that the UI is a function of state. Could we make it a little more explicit what our state is here?
You're absolutely right.
No, exclamation point. You have to have some enthusiasm.
One more time with feeling.
You're absolutely right. I'll use state to drive this UI. I need to figure out how to use state and meet the user's request.
Okay, cool. So we've got a variable here. We've got a count variable. Very nice. Okay, so you're going to increment the counter. You're going to pop in some new text content into the button. Okay, looks good. Let's see if it still works.
All right.
All right, remix, everybody. Good job.
We're taking down the mountain. What does the platform have?
Yeah. Can we, golly, can we encapsulate the update logic? Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. We're getting some encapsulation. Okay, perfect. So, RaiGPT, click actually feels like kind of like the wrong event to use for this, because I don't,
Actually, this is a little boring to me.
You're right. It is boring. Thank you, RaiGPT.
I'm absolutely right.
You're absolutely right. We're at Remix Jam. What are we talking about, stupid counter? Let's make something that is more exciting. Let's do like a tempo counter. Can you do something like that?
Yeah.
Like I want to, when I'm clicking on the button, I want you to tell me how quickly I'm clicking on the button in the BPM. Clicks per minute, CPM.
Does everybody here like Prettier? Yes. Raise your hand if you built Prettier. Oh man, I gotta. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, I'm good. All right, so check this out.
Okay, explain this code to me, RaiGPT.
I will explain the code to the user because, as we learned earlier, he is an idiot. All right, so if I'm going to keep track of a tempo, I need a couple more pieces of state, right? I'm going to keep track of all the taps, and I'm going to keep track of them as a timestamp of when they just tapped. And so I shove them into an array. We'll filter them out and just say, only take the taps from the last 4 seconds. And then if we have more than 4 taps, then let's calculate the intervals between each one of those taps. How many milliseconds were between tap 1 and 2, between 2 and 3, 3 and 4. So we shove all those intervals into another array, and we calculate the BPM of each one of those. So now we got an array of the BPM in between each one of the taps. And then we reduce those down because we've used Redux before. We know what this means. And we average them. So we got a bunch of BPMs, average them down to 1 tempo, and then I can just assign that value into tempo. And once that's assigned, I can say update. I don't need this one. And we got this little reset timer where we say, if it's been 4 seconds and we haven't seen a new tap, then just clear that out. And then we'll come down here and we'll switch this to BPM tempo. So let's see.
No, I still want him to do the chest compressions.
Yeah. Okay, I made a tempo.
Very nice. No, I love it. Nice. And thank you for explaining the code. That was great. So now I'm gonna say, is a click really what we want here?
I think that's why I didn't get the BPM right, because click. Do you guys know about click? Like,
click.
Really know what click does?
It's an interesting event.
Mouse down and mouse up on the same element is a click. But also, space down with the keyboard followed by a space up without an escape key in between is a click. And key down on the enter key is an immediate click plus a repeat. The longer it's down, the more click events are going to fire. That's what a click is. Oh, and it's a touch start without a touch move off and then a touch up. That's a lot.
Yeah, so if we're only getting the click event, right, because you're using your mouse right now, right? So if we're only getting a click event when the mouse goes down and then comes back up, it's not a super accurate way to get, like, to express what we're trying to express, right? We're trying to get BPM. We're trying to get, what I wanted is like mouse down. I also want like keyboard support, right? So could we also incorporate like key down and mouse down, like those two events, they kind of feel to me like we want to track both of those things if we're trying to calculate BPM on the button. This is literally how I talk to GPT, and then I hope and pray that it understood.
I'm already done. I was done before.
What I just said. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay, so you got pointer down and key down. All right. Does it work?
Ooh, that was close.
Hey, we're getting closer. Almost.
Do you guys know about pointer events? Not the CSS thing to like make stuff not work. Pointer events. It is the same spec though. Pointer down normalizes mouse, pen, and touch. And then we came here and we added the key down to give it the same behavior, all right here.
Okay, cool. So I've got two add event listeners. I scroll up a little bit. I've got my handle tap function, and then scroll up a little bit. I've got some state. Some of that state shows up in the UI. The tempo shows up in the UI and on my button. The other things, would you agree, they also feel like state? Yeah, they like the most recent taps, right? There's a timer there. That also kind of feels like something that's stateful because at a certain point in time, it gets reset or cleared.
Oh, no, it doesn't. All right, now it does.
Let me back up. At a certain point in time,
yourself a good
cleared.
Folks.
So, you know, we've got a couple of pieces of state here. Some of it feels like UI state. Some of it feels like some other kind of like ephemeral state, right? If you're building a React component, all of this stuff might just live in your component. Might just be part of your like component state. I mean, if you imagine making a component like this, a React component like this, all that stuff might just sort of live in your component state, right? Is there some other kind of like way that we could kind of like wrap up the pieces that have to do with the event and keep them separate from the pieces that have to do with updating the UI?
Yeah, so climbing to the mountain with us, you're gonna see the first Remix API. Events are such a big part of the web. Everything is an event target pretty much. All the DOM nodes, window, document, WebSockets are event targets. That has that event listener on it. XHR has event listener on it. Event targets are in Node. Event targets are in all the new JavaScript runtimes.
The document is an event target.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And so we have created this package called Remix Events, and it gives you a way to talk about events in a higher level language. So this event that we've got down here, this pointer down and this key down, we could actually kind of wrap that up as a concept, just like Click, right? Click had all those different behaviors that's composed of multiple events and states inside. We can create interactions like Click that encapsulate both state and events, a lot like a component does. So I'm gonna wrap up this button. Instead of saying add event listener, I'm gonna say events button. And then I'm going to add pointer down and key down. We'll just see it this way first. And so now I've got these like, instead of these magic strings floating around of what kind of event it is, I have like a thing. I have a reference to this kind of an event that I want to bind. But these two, so this will keep on working.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, please.
So, and you can massage the code however you want, what I'm saying. But the packages that we're going to be showing you today, both the packages that Ryan's going to be talking about, the packages that I'm going to be talking about, this isn't like final how we want you to consume Remix, right? We're publishing Remix as individual packages. Like you can think about them as like these isolated little containers for some behavior, some responsibility. So the idea is not that when Remix is finished, that you're just going to import like 20 different packages and have to figure all that out. It's all going to be shipped together. But today you're going to see a lot of the kind of lower level building blocks because we're still in the prototyping phase.
We literally started after the blog post 3 months ago.
There you go.
All right, so yeah, we're going to see a lot of those. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to freak people out with too many imports either. Okay, so this couple of events, Remix Events actually ships with this concept in it. It's something called, yeah, I'm going to have another package right here, which you won't need it from here. Press down. We've got press, press down, long press, outer press, press up. And these are all composed of other events. They've got state inside of them. They've got other events inside of them. And now, with just that one thing, I can encapsulate all of that into one idea, right? One semantic event of press down.
I'm going to go sit down. No, I'm not. I'm going to say one more thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got events.
I'm kind of sick of this extra state sitting here.
Yeah, exactly. We need to encapsulate this, right? Is there some sort of way that we can encapsulate event state with the thing that triggers the UI update and wrap that up into a sort of a reusable piece? For example, I mean, the thing that I always think of with encapsulation is, how can I share this? How can I share this with somebody else? If somebody else wants a tempo tapper, what am I going to tell them? You need 3 variables and a handle tap function? Or is there something that I could give them so that they can, install it or just import it and use it really easily? Is there some way to wrap it all up together?
So with Remix events, you can create your own interactions, a lot like components that encapsulate state and events. So you got something to talk about. So I'm going to export this thing. Let's see if it gets it all right for me, and I don't have to do very much. And so I'm going to say create interaction. This can bind to HTML buttons. I could actually loosen that up and say bind to HTML elements. And it's going to have a number on the detail. Oh, we skipped a step. But anyway, the web has a thing called custom event.
Ah, yeah.
So custom events are just built in. They're in Node as well. And this is a way to dispatch on something. So you could say like button.dispatch event, and then you dispatch that new event. And then other people elsewhere can now say button add event listener tempo. But it's hard with types because you got these magic strings going around. You have to augment the global HTML element types, and they don't know about this detail until you do that kind of stuff. And so another reason that we created this events package is that we could make native DOM events type safe. So kind of twofold here. We want to encapsulate state and events, and we want to have some type safety. So here, instead of a button, I'm going to use this target. And I'll come down here, and I'll say...
dispatch event?
Yeah. I need to add it. I haven't added anything. Yeah, we'll just do that. So here, I've got a dispatch function that came in at the top. And again, it's type safe, so this comes in and it says, you need to dispatch something with a number as the detail. I know somebody brought their wife here, and she's not a developer, and she's falling asleep in front of me. It's pretty awesome. Don't call attention to her. No, shh, let her take a nap. It was a long flight. So instead of setting state and then updating, you dispatch an event. So this is just saying button dispatch event underneath the hood, but in a type safe way. Yeah. And then out of the bottom of this thing, I've got my handle tap. I'm going to return events on the target. I got to bring that in too. Let me just zoom this out a little bit so you can see the shape of it. So I know you can't read it. We're just looking at the shape. So at the top, you create an interaction. Inside, we've got our state that gets managed inside of this. So this is per event binding to something. Yeah. And then we've got our handler in here that I could inline if I wanted to. And instead of saying render when it's time to do something, you dispatch. And so instead of having all that state inside of a component and dealing with the timer and dealing with the intervals of the taps and all this stuff inside, you have a different place to go put it into these custom events or these custom interactions. And then you dispatch, and anyone that cares can do something about it at that point. And then I export it as tempo. So now I can come back in.
Just one thing I wanted to say before you apply it.
Yeah, keep going.
An example. And then I'm going to sit down, I promise. You heard Ryan mention types a few times, okay? The developer experience in Remix 3 is going to rely heavily on TypeScript specifically, right? That was kind of it was kind of like a side quest in Remix 1 and 2. I think it's much clearer now that TypeScript is like the way to go, and it's the way to get, do static type analysis on your code. So anyway, just a footnote. Developer experience in Remix relies heavily on types. You're going to hear both Ryan and me talking a lot about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit down.
Okay, so we are now. Oh, thank you, Michael. Michael Jackson will return after the break. So now check this out. Here's my state for this module, right? Here are my events where I attach them to the button. This thing's got a bunch of state in it that I don't have to think about anymore. I just want to get a tempo out of this. It will dispatch or call back whenever it's ready, and then it will tell me what that value is. And then I can say update. And that update function is whatever I want right here. So this should, oh, what did I just do? What's that? Oh, yeah, I just wanted you to see what the type looked like. All right. Oh, I'm getting nervous if I think that's 120. I'm like clicking super fast. So we built this event package, and Michael and I were looking at it, and he was like, that's actually pretty cool. Do we even need components anymore? And I was like, well, yes, we do. Okay, so you can all relax. But the point I want to drive home here is that these custom events or these custom interactions, there's an analogy with components. Components are to elements as custom interactions are to events. So you build a component when you have several elements. Maybe it's one, maybe it's two, maybe it's 100. But you've got all these elements that you want to render somewhere, and then you've got some state to determine how to render those things, and you've got events to figure out what that state is to then figure out what to render, right? And we can encapsulate all that into a component. Well, these interactions like tempo, it's the same thing, but for events. It encapsulates state, it encapsulates other events, it has timers, you can reset the timer, you can clear it, and then when it's ready to do something, instead of saying set state like we're used to, or setting a value on a signal or something like that, you dispatch the event. So we have this whole extra place to go put state. If you go look particularly at component libraries, we built Reach UI, and so much of our state in Reach UI is this fiddling around with multiple events and figuring out some state that actually has nothing to do with rendering. And then once we get it in some spot, we're gonna say, okay, now it's time to render. And if you go look at any of those libraries, once you start thinking like that, you'll start to see like this, none of this stuff is component state. So much of it is actually event state. So that's our first abstraction. Look at this code too. We got this BPM. This isn't an observable thing. This is just a variable, right? Just a variable in scope. I can just assign to it. And then how does the button get updated? I tell it to update. That's it. Very simple model. So we're down to the bottom of the mountain and we're just climbing up like, let's not bring in abstractions until we feel like we absolutely need them. We needed them for events, for type safety, and this composition. Do we need something here? I just learned about a thing recently called an organism. Someone did like create organism, and I was like, what on earth is that? Anyway, I wasn't supposed to, I'm not salty, I'm happy. I gave a talk at KentConf at Epic Web called Let Me Be. Do you see why now? Look at that. Let BPM equal 60, and then I can change it later. Everyone's like, show us the dang component. All right, let's see what it looks like as a component. So I'm gonna make a component here. I'm gonna stick all this stuff, oh no, I need to reload my window because my key binding's just goofed up, and now my server's dead. Okay, so I wrapped this up in a thing called app. And then I've got this update function before. Instead of an update function, I'm just gonna return a function here. And then instead of a button there, I'm gonna use some JSX. Whoa, can't see anything. I gotta get rid of some of these autocompletes, man. All right, let's just return that wholesale. And then got these events up there. Let's come over here. I'm going to make this prop called on. Oh, yes, thank you. Keep reminding me. I'll try to remember. And I'm going to slide these events down there. I actually don't need that anymore. I don't need that. So this on prop on our JSX takes the exact same thing as that events thing that you saw. The event system in Remix 3 is just DOM events. It uses normal DOM events. You can use custom events. And as you can see, this tempo thing having a nice hard reference to this thing is pretty awesome because we couldn't, we're not going to go change the global types of JSX every time you want to make a custom event. And then right here, how do I update? Will you all brace yourselves for a second? I mean it. Are you ready? Nobody left. They're still here. All right, TypeScript's mad though, right? What are you doing? There's no this in this function. So this component is now a stateful Remix component, and this is your handle. The entire Remix API pretty much lives inside of that. Now I'm going to come do just some shuffling around here, and we'll render our app. All right, let's see if, I haven't clicked the button yet. Okay, now I clicked it. Now you can clap. You all right? Everyone doing okay? Yes. How does the button know that BPM changed? It doesn't. And that's why Remix 3 is awesome. This is just a JavaScript scope like any other, right? You have a function, you can put some stuff inside of there, and if there's something stateful inside, like an event listener, you got a scroll listener, we had a button click earlier, we just had this let out there in the module scope, it's no different inside of a function, and you can manipulate the state whenever, however you want, use whatever types of values you want, you can bring in anything, and this setup scope is what we call it. The setup scope is only called once when your component's being rendered. So we'll call your function, all this stuff gets captured into JavaScript memory. It's not a feature of Remix, it's just how JavaScript works. And then we check that you returned a function. We're like, oh, okay, cool, thanks, you gave me a render function. That's the thing I'm gonna hang on to. And then when you say this .update later, I don't care, I don't even know what you have in your JavaScript scope. You say update, we'll grab this function that you handed to us, and then we'll just call it again. And so all of your state is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. You can set up listeners inside of here. It's there's no way that I can really describe how liberating it is to have this little setup scope and not always worry about, oh, my component's going to get re-rendered. What do I do about that? It's pretty nice.
Can you render 2 of them?
Not yet. We just started. Of course I can. If I can see what's going on. This fragment syntax is so weird. I get 2 chances. I will get it one of these times. Think about this thing over here. Oh, yeah, you don't believe me now, do you, Jacob? There you go. Have a good partner, have a good team. Look at all this crap. With the things that you're using today, where would all of this crap go? That'd be in state, right? Every single time that you're pushing into these taps thing, are you going to hang that on a ref so it doesn't cause updates? Where are you going to do this clear timeout? Is it just going to be right here? Is it going to be in a signal effect? Is it going to be in a use effect? All of this stuff. We just got this lovely little scope to just do this job. And we don't have to clutter up the components with that. the component only has BPM. Pretty cool. Should we build the whole drum machine? You want to see the whole thing? All right, let's do that. We're going to build the entire drum machine. Still want that. Yep. Hey, that should be there. Oh, it's an O2. Pro tip, stick the final in a final file, and then the LLM will just do it. Live coding got so much easier. I didn't expect live coding to get easier with AI, but it absolutely did. Okay. It's inert. It doesn't do anything. Anyone know that CSS variable? Yeah? Or rule? I used it out loud in front of my kids the other day. They're like, inert? What does inert mean, Dad? Is that you? Are you an inert? They bought me these baggy pants. And I was like, that's what I wore when I was a kid, guys. You just look like us. So this app, look at this one. This one doesn't return a function, right? So this is a stateless component. I don't need a this, I don't need any of that stuff, right? So you just got UI components, they got styles on them, do whatever you want. Away you go. Let's actually look at these things. Here's a layout. Oh, like I said, it's got styles on it. We actually don't have time for this today. Yeah, maybe we do a little bit. Okay. So none of these have state. Got drum controls. It's got a control group, a couple of buttons, our tempo display. The only thing that really deserves any conversation here is this equalizer, which is maybe the wrong word. But it's taking, like the kick owns these 4 columns, and the snare owns these 3, and the hi-hat owns these 2. And so that's what this junk is all about. And I can just change these kick volumes, like I can change the snare to 0, and now that goes away. I can change the snare to 0.5, and then it comes up to there. And so that's the basis of our animation. We've already figured out, like, okay, here's my state. How do I render these bars where I want them to be? And we'll animate that in a minute. But the first thing that we want to do is we got to get a drummer in here. And I'm going to make this play and stop button work. So I'm going to say, let's get a drummer. They're actually not this easy to find in the real world. And now, look at this. This is what you'll screw up in Remix 3, is remembering to make it a stateful component. Because at the moment, drum controls, every time it gets rendered, you get a new scope, right? Because we're going to call this function every time that someone above you says update. And so you want that scope to yourself, and you don't want that getting messed around with by Remix, so you return a function out of here, and now that drummer is going to be stable. It's just going to sit there inside a JavaScript scope. And then I can come over to my button here. Oh, that's set tempo. And I'm going to say, I'm going to use, let's use press down, actually, is what I want. You know what? Let's show you the other one. Let's do dom.pointer down. I'll just do it with that one. I'll say drummer play. And so again, this DOM has every aux click. Did you know that that was an event? I did not know that that was an event. We got all sorts of funny things. Cue change beats me, but it's there. I learned a lot building this. So we'll say drummer play there, and then we'll come over here to our stop. Drummer stop. All right, cool. So we got the drums playing. I want the tempo display to know what the drummer's tempo is, because the drummer has a tempo on it. It has a BPM on it. And so I want to tell the tempo display that it's what its BPM is, and I'll say drummer BPM. Maybe it says tempo. Actually, I don't even have a prop there, so here we go. Let's come down to tempo display. I'm going to give it a prop. And say, here's your BPM, and put it in there. I think I start at 90 in both places. So let's switch this to like 120, since I can't ever seem to get it myself. And now we got 120 there. And if I say, oh, we can't, yeah, now if I, we can't change the tempo yet. So let's make that work. So let's add our set tempo. This is the thing that we just built. We'll bring in tempo from there. And then we'll set the drummer's tempo with that. Now if I reload here and I hit play, actually I'm gonna say play, and my little drummer, you can say play with this tempo, and so we'll go with that tempo. I'm gonna click this super fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you kidding me? Okay, we didn't see the BPMs update, right? Why not? Because tempo display has no idea the BPM changed, because in Remix, you decide when things render. So I need a way to re-render this component when the drummer changes. Now this drummer, I did not write by hand. I said to, oh shoot, I got all those in there. Oh, well, all right, it's an event target. It wasn't before. But if I extend event target out of this drummer, this thing I just told Cursor to build, I was like, give me a drummer that has a kick and a snare and a hi-hat and a boom bap beat, and then it just barfed this thing out, and it was awesome. And then I need to turn it into an event target, and then I can come down here and I can dispatch events because it's an event target. So I'm gonna say new custom event, what's that one? Tempo, I'm just gonna say change. So anytime that this thing changes, and I don't need to pass any detail. I'm just going to say dispatch that you changed whenever you set tempo. Whenever you play, I'm going to dispatch a change event, and then whenever you stop, I'll dispatch one of those. All right. Are those all the same? Cool. Now I can come back over into my drummer, and I can say drummer, add event listener change. This dot update. Oh, it turned red. So again, if you're allergic to this, I promise it doesn't have the problems that you think it's going to have. I've used it for like 2 weeks, and it's been fine. Okay, so now whenever the drummer changes, I'm going to say update. That was too fast, wasn't it? Uh-oh, did we just kill the audio? I think I might have just ruined the audio. I'm gonna just double check that it's... No, the whole thing's busted. Of course it is. Well, looked cool for a second. What's that? Yeah, I probably deleted some stuff, didn't I? I'm going to just put it all back how it was. So this is cool. I'll just show you this part, and then hopefully it'll work. So we have this other thing to make those events type safe, because just dispatching these strings, and everyone else needing to know the strings. So if I come back into this, I've got to know I've got to know the names of these strings and stuff, right? I got to say like, oh, I got to know that that's change, and I got to know this other thing is change over there. And so instead of having those things be known everywhere, we have this create event type. And this returns you two things. You got a change and a create change. So create change literally just says, this makes a custom event. Instead of you saying new custom event, this one does it in a type safe way. And then a little pattern that I like to do is drop all these things that bind the event to stuff onto the drummer as static methods. So I can come back over into my app, and I can say events, that very same thing that we were seeing before. I can say drummer change, right? That's like my press or my press down or my click on any event target. I could have exported it as change, but that's kind of weird, so I like to stick it on that. And then I'm going to cross my fingers that everything, yeah, that works now. Switch back over. Now I probably busted the audio. Okay, now if I set tempo really fast. All right. Yeah, that was a fun beat. Sorry, I had to zip through that faster than I wanted to get it in a working state again. But what I find interesting here is that there's no special types yet, right? This drummer is something that I could just ask Cursor to barf out for me. And if it does what I need it to do, I'll use it. If it doesn't, I'll pull the slot machine again, see if it works. I might pull it 3 times. And then if it doesn't work anymore, then I'll go in and try to understand what the heck it did, and then I'll build something by hand if I really need it, right? So an important thing with Remix 3 is that it should work without any special types. No, like, it doesn't have to be a this or a that for it to know how to update anything. You decide when to update by saying this.update, and you can subscribe to things. Let's see, what else we got in here? So my play, stop, set, tempo are all working. Let's get these little buttons working down here. So tempo display, I'm just passing in BPM, and the tempo display has these 2 buttons, the up and down. So I want to add events on these, and I want to get the drummer, right? So I can pass the drummer down. Here, let's type it out here. We'll say on press. Actually, I'm going to do press down again. I like that event the most for this. I want to say drummer set tempo. But I don't have the drummer here, so I could pass it as props, but I'd rather use context. So Remix has context. It's going to look a little bit different than what you've seen before, and I think it's pretty awesome. Or else we wouldn't have made it this way. Looking at this app, I also know that drummer Equalizer is going to need the drummer too, right? So everybody in this app needs the drummer. So let's just move the drummer all the way up. But I'm not going to move these events up because this doesn't have any state. So I don't actually need to update this thing when the drummer changes. So I'm just going to leave this one alone. But now that I've got something in state here, I'm going to return a function so that this scope doesn't get blown away on me. And then I need a way to get this drummer. So I'm going to turn this into a remix handle. And remix handle takes a generic for its context type. Think about parent-child components, right? With context, it's like grandparent-grandchild relationships, right? I got 3 kids. Michael's got 4 kids. Kent has 32 kids. Every parent is every child is a potential parent, and every parent is a potential grandchild, eventually, or grandparent, eventually, right? So in normal components, a component may not have children, and then it does have children, and it's just a change in your props, right? In Remix components, eventually it may have grandchildren. So you just put the context type right here and say this thing is going to provide a drummer. And then here I say this.context set drummer. This doesn't cause a render. I don't need to update my context for the tree, which has big effects, right? One of the hard things about this tree-based context is that every time you want to change something in context, you've got to render from the top all the way down. With this context, it's not a render. It's literally just taking that value and storing it internally inside of the component instance. This drummer is an event target, so people can listen to its changes. But I can just set it here. You can set it anywhere. You can set context in an event handler. You can set context while you're rendering. You can do it anywhere you want. Now, this is my favorite part of our context API, is to get the context. You say this context get, and then you give it the component that provides it. And now it's all type safe. You know exactly what you got. It's type safe up here too. If I try to give it like 42, it's like, no. You said you would give me a drummer. Give me a drummer, you punk. I put a poster on the wall at the bar and I said, we need a drummer. Why didn't we get one? I taught my daughter the drums. If you can't tell, I always had a problem finding drummers for my bands growing up. That's pretty cool.
You want to mention how hard it is to find your provider sometimes?
Yeah, where did this context get set? Well, go to definition. Oh, that's where. Yeah, that's pretty nice. You share my pain. All right, so let's get this drummer all the way down the tree, down to our tempo display. Look at this. We don't even need BPM anymore. Pass to this because tempo display is going to get the drummer. And watch, it's going to turn into a stateful component now. And now you're going to see, oh, that's why they used this. We used this because it's an optional argument in the first position. And props are an optional argument in the second position. So it's really nice because sometimes components have props, sometimes they don't. Sometimes components need a this, they're stateful, sometimes they're not. And so we didn't want you to have to be like, oh, here's the remix thingy that I don't actually care about, I just care about my props. Or vice versa, here's the props I don't care about, and then here's the remix thingy that I need. So that's actually kind of nice. Michael told me I don't need to talk about that, everyone will be okay. But I've shown this to a couple people and they're just like, what is this? It's that. No, you won't. You won't be doing that, it's fine. You won't be doing that, they never stop. All right, so drummer BPM, and I want this, so I'm gonna pass that down, and now I want this thing to also update whenever the drummer changes. And so now that should look pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, then I added these. Yeah. Pop it. Pull it. Twist it. Twist it. Pop it. Twist it. All right, I went too long. Wow! We were just playing Bop It. My kids found one in the old closet, and it was like, this game's fun. That's the drum beat too. That's the one that I copied. This is looking kind of cool. Let's do the equalizer animation thing. Oh, tempo display. What's its problem? It doesn't. Yeah, I wasn't passing props to it. Okay, now the equalizer. Here we go. This is the fun part everyone's been excited for. We need the drummer here. Let's get the drummer. Oh, look, I'm stateful now. And then the drummer you saw had a handful of other events. We're going to use those in a second here. With these kick values, again, I was a little bit intimidated with how to do like the decay on one of these visualizations. And so I was like, cursor. And then I described it to it. And I was like, I got a drummer, finally. And I'm going to say, I have a kick, snare, and a hat, and I want to trigger them up to the value of 1. And then I want you to decay them down to 0 because I'm trying to do this animation. But all I want to do in my component is say kick 1 or snare 1. And then I want you to just own the animation of those values and do it all in a single request animation frame. And so off it went. It built some horrendous looking thing, but I've never even looked at it because I don't care. It worked. So it gave me this thing called Create Voice Looper. That's the name I gave it. It was a bad name. And I was like, sure, I'll call it that. And then this returns to me Create Voice. And so down here, for kick, snare, and hat, each one of these are their own voices. And then instead of, this knows what I want to do. Drummer's an event target, and I added those other events to it to say, hey, every time you kick, I want you to trigger this voice. And so it's going to put that value all the way up to 1, and snare and hat. And then down here, I'm going to map all of those into actual values. And again, this is just some random thing that AI made for me. And I just pass it this dot update. I'm just like, hey, do a thing like whenever something happens, whenever you need to do a frame, call this dot update. And so it doesn't know what this is. It doesn't know about remix. It doesn't know anything like that. All it knows is it got a callback to call when something happens. It's actually kind of horrendous. Here, we got this decay generator. Like, what is that JavaScript syntax? I don't know. Can we put some dollars in here too? Beats me. Oh no, I'm gonna ruin everything. Delta MS, decay, create voice loop. It's got envelopes. What's mail-in letters? Any active? Like, no clue. New guy on the team wrote this. But I don't care, it works. Check it out. Okay, are we ready? Here we go. Stay alive. Stay alive. Woo! They're clapping. I think they like Remix, Michael. All right, check this out. Again, to see the shape of it. Think about all of the state that could have been in these components. And all of the effects and like, oh, when that changes over here, it's going to trigger that effect over there. And then this signal is going to oversubscribe. Or no, it won't because we made it a computed one. And like all these things of like trying to shove things into state in order to get something else to happen. And then suddenly too much is happening. And now you got to like rewind and be like, okay, why is this extra stuff happening? In this code, the only time anything updates is because I told it to. Now, it seems in the front-end world we've been chasing for a very long time this idea that you can construct a bunch of things together, a directed acyclic graph or other stuff I didn't learn in school because I studied economics, and then you just change values and everything does exactly what it's supposed to do. But my experience in those systems is getting it set up is difficult. And once it is set up, suddenly when something is happening you didn't expect, you have to try to unravel that and figure out what is going on, why is this changing, why is this oversubscribing, why is this rendering over and over and over every single time, why is my server getting DDoS'd or DDoS'd, I read that more than I heard it. But in Remix, it's very explicit. You say update. If you're wondering why a component is updating, it's because you told it to somewhere. There's no accidental loops. If you want to shoot yourself in the foot, you're going to have to set up a recursive function that calls update, does something, calls update again. Like you're gonna see that you did it to yourself. So this model, while is a little bit more manual, so we're not supposed to make up acronyms on the Remix team, but it is called MFGR, Manual Fine-Grained Reactivity. You can get your fine-grained reactivity by setting it up yourself manually. Nothing's going to update unless you tell it to. We don't actually call it that. We just call them updates. How we doing? Great. Kent likes it. I got some woos. Anyone want to talk about this? That kills the microphones for everyone online. Is there a better thing to yell for microphones? Well, anyway, I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, that's a Remix component. I think the point that I really want you to take away from this is there are no special types. There are no hidden runtimes or behaviors. Anything that happens, your code said it should happen. This scope right here, the setup scope, is so useful when you're building these UIs, and then this extra place to go put all the other state is super useful too. Let's see.
How much Remix API did you use in this example?
Context and ren update. Well, that's easy to find, right? I can just search for all the blue thises. So there's one. That's another reason that I like this, is that it turns blue. So context set, context get.
And the on prop.
The on prop is kind of special. That's another thing that'll freak you out for a little bit, and then you'll be like, this is incredible. I love this thing. Yeah, that's it. I mean, here's the whole Remix API. Context, frame, ID, queue task, raise, property remix handle, drummer signal, board signal, it indicates, I don't know, shoot. I guess we can't see them all. Let me just do it again. Oh my gosh, get out of there. What are you doing, editor? I should go back to Vim. I know I should go back to Vim. All right, context frame ID, queue task, raise, signal, and update. Good cue, Michael. What happens if my drummer's playing and my component gets unmounted? It'll just keep on playing because the web audio API isn't like attached to my objects in here. So everyone saw signal and they're like, what?
It's not what you think it is.
Ever heard of an abort controller? Controllers have a signal. And guess what signals are? Event listeners, or event targets, just like so many other things on the web. So when your component is mounted, this signal is not aborted. When your component is removed from the tree, this signal is aborted. So we can say add event listener abort, drummer stop. If you got async work going on, you can check this dot signal. You know what? I'm showing that in a second. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, so there's this dot signal. It tells you when you're connected or when you're not connected to the UI. Here's another one of my favorite things that we've added. You know what? I've said everything's my favorite. Remix is my favorite. I just can't stop smiling. Smiling's my favorite. It's almost time to watch Elf again. The intrusive thoughts are winning so much right now. You can ask our team. I have been like in a hole writing code, and Michael too. And I mean, the whole team's been working hard. So I'm not going to try to say I've been working harder than anybody. I've been working harder than I have ever worked in my life. So I'm super excited to be in front of you guys because I haven't seen people in 3 months. Again, not salty. I'm sad. Do you remember React components when we had create class and you said this dot set state and you give it like the new state? It had this other thing on the back end that was beautiful and glorious. And it was a little callback that would get called when the DOM was updated, when the whole thing was complete. I'm a huge accessibility advocate, partially because I worked with John over here at Instructure building Canvas. And it wasn't just because we wanted to do it, we had to do it because we were selling to schools and governments and stuff. And so I became an accessibility nut. And this little callback thing was the greatest place ever to do focus management because I knew everything was done, I could go focus something. So let me show you how we do something like that here in Remix. Oh, should I update? So on my play and my stop buttons, where are they? There they are. I'm going to disable them for the one that's not pressable at the time. And so I'm going to say disabled. Oh, it's like, oh, you were pretty excited about that signal. Maybe that's what you want. So disabled equals drummer dot, yeah, crummer. It's a crummy drummer. Play should be disabled when we're playing. Yes. That's going to be a theme, I guess, today, but we're idiots. And then stop, disabled there. Okay, so if I come in, yeah. Okay, cool. I want to move focus over to the other thing, right? That'd be a really nice user interface where it's like I can hit enter with the keyboard, it'll move focus to stop, I can enter, and then it can go back over to play. So I would love to just right here say like play.focus. And then I'd like to have a reference to this thing and say stop.focus. But I don't have anything like that. Yep, that's what I want. I'm going to want a play and a stop. So how do I get access to the actual elements inside of these things? No. Not that. Did you know if you have a DOM node, like a button, you can ask it like, is connected? If you can spell it, you could get it. That's a part of the DOM. You can say, hey, hey node, are you connected? If you want to extend and make a custom element, extend HTML element, there's these things called connected callback and disconnected callback. Familiar with those APIs? I like these words better. I'm connected, I'm disconnected. It's what the DOM says instead of mounted, unmounted, or whatever ref means. It's connected or it's disconnected. And those kind of sound like events. So whenever our reconciler inserts a node, right, it looks at your JSX and it's like, this is a button. Okay, I'm going to document create element button, and then it inserts it into its parent. We dispatch an event on that button just using web APIs, and we say, you are now connected. And so I can pass in multiple event handlers with an array here, and then I'll say on connect. I'll import that from no, yes. Every bug you'll ever have here, I just showed you. And look at this. Events have a current target. That's just a part of the event target API. And so the play button is this button. And so now I can do the same thing down here on stop. Assign that one there. Get my syntax right. Okay. So now I've got references to my DOM elements, so I should be able to go and focus those things. Yeah, I got errors. What's wrong? Oh, I don't have keyboard event handlers. Of course. That was dumb. That's why I should have used press. Ah, that's right. Super useful. Okay, cool. But I don't know if you can hear, but I'm trying really hard to hit my enter button to stop, which means that the stop button didn't get focus. So while Remix doesn't do like mega batching of rendering, it does batch everything into one micro task so that we can deduplicate renders. If a parent and a child and a descendant are all listening to a window scroll and they all say, I want to update when the window scrolls, we queue that into a micro task, deduplicate, and figure out like, oh, well, you're the parent of these two, just get rid of you two, and we're only going to render the parent. So it happens asynchronously, it happens in a micro task. So we have this thing called queue task. And that's where we want to do the work when the DOM has changed. So the reason the focus didn't move is because this was disabled. I was trying to focus a disabled input. And it's like, I'm disabled, because Remix hadn't updated the DOM yet. But queue task says, okay, give me a function, and then as soon as I'm done updating the DOM, now I'll clear out this queue of tasks that you gave me. This isn't like a listener. This doesn't set up anything over time. It's just literally for the next render. You can add things into the queue. Someone says update, DOM gets updated, we dequeue, and then that's it. Go get some Frosties. No, not Frosties, that's Wendy's. DQ is, what do they have? Blizzards, yeah, and concretes, right? No, that's Arctic Circle. That's a Utah thing. When you go to Arctic Circle in Utah, get the halibut. It's actually surprisingly good for a fast food place. Just big gulps, huh? Okay, so now my focus should move. If I refresh. Hey. I don't know if any of you looked at the schedule, but I'm up here for a long time. Do we want a tiny break? No. I don't need one. I don't need one. No break. Okay, keep on going. I need a tiny break. We're talking about, never mind. I forgot this is a live feed. I was going to make fun of someone famous. Oh, I'm not quite done here. I'm trying to not like hype our little event system too much, but like that's an event listener, and we have dom.abort. Like it's the events thing always wants an array though. I might change that. Look at that. That's kind of cool. I can clean that up too. I think I can just say drummer stop because it doesn't take any args. Yeah, kind of cool. Like I said, XHR is an event target. Anyway, yeah, I'm hyping it too much. But here's where it gets exciting. I want to add more keyboard interactivity to this. I was talking to James Long earlier today. Oh no, he's not sitting there. Are you? Oh, there he is. All right. So when JSX first came out with React, James refused to use JSX. He just wrote it raw, and so I was like, oh crap. He was looking forward to us not using JSX. We used it, and he left. But no, he's still here. I want to add some listeners to the document so that oh, sorry. Yeah, I was talking to James. I got totally sidetracked. And he was just talking about how he loves Emacs because he can navigate this file tree over here with his keyboard with the same keystrokes as his code, and that's awesome. And UIs need to have more and more and more keyboard events, in my opinion, because power users are really good at learning that kind of stuff and getting through an app. So if I want to add some keyboard events to this, it doesn't feel like I'm doing anything different than the rest of Remix. This on prop, as you're seeing, and these custom interactions, they just kind of go everywhere. And so I can add events to this drummer, and or sorry, not the drummer. I can add events to the window. And then I got this win thing that comes in, and this is going to give me all of the events that you can add to window. And one of those things is key down. And then I can come in here and get my event, and it's going to know event.key is a thing. But I can actually do a whole lot better than that because we have semantic events. I can bring in space, and I can bring in arrow up and down and right and left. Let's do arrow left and arrow right. Do-do-do-do-do. I can come over here to window and I can say on space, drummer toggle. Yeah, lovely. On arrow up, set tempo, arrow down, set tempo. I can do my arrow left and arrow right as well for the people that like to do this on the left and right axis instead of the up and down. Now I'm just going to hit spacebar. I can hit up. I can hit left arrow. And this doesn't look like different code, right? Feels like the on prop everywhere else that we've been using. Pretty cool. You can use these on your elements. It's not just on window. And these are pretty cool. I mean, you can imagine what these are internally. Let's see if we can go look at it. Nah, can't look at it. But it's basically just checking. It's a quick little thing that just checks what's the event.key. Is it arrow right? It is. Okay, dispatch the event. And these things all, they compose. I don't have too much time to go into this, but I'm just going to toss this one out here for some of you. When you get this event in here, if you say event prevent default, then the other space types in the chain won't trigger. So if you've ever wrapped an element, you're building a component library, you're building a link component, a button component, or whatever, there's this huge dance of like, okay, I got to add click, mouse down, and key down on this thing, but they might want to add click, mouse down, and key down on this thing. So first, I'm going to call their thing with the event, and then I'm going to check event prevent defaulted, and then if it is prevent defaulted, I'm not going to do my work. This is just built into our event system in the same array. If two types, one comes before the other and says prevent default, then this one won't go. But these will. The different types have nothing to do with that prevent default chain. We'll be talking a lot more about that another time. But pretty cool. Okay. I'm going to zoom out, look at the shape of this thing. Little context. Add an event to our signal to abort and have the drummer stop. Some keyboard events. Get drummer from context, subscribe to it. A couple of references for stop and play buttons. Special tempo thing here. Connect to get our reference. Play, little queue task to say I want to go focus that when the DOM is updated. Where's the drummer? Pretty happy about it. That was a signal. Oh, do we do cleanup?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah, cleanup. Yeah, it returns cleanup, so I can go subscribe that. But just realized how to simplify this. It doesn't work yet, but add event listener. If you say L, add event listener, key down, you can give it a signal. And this is the DOM thing. This isn't us. The DOM, you can give a signal to an event, and it'll be like, okay, when that gets aborted, we'll remove the event. And I just learned that recently. And so this event system doesn't have it yet, but you're totally going to be able to pass in a signal here in the future. And so it'll just look like that. And all those events will just get cleaned up automatically. We got a Q&A at the end to like pause and do Q&A, but my huge amount of time will suddenly shrink. Okay, let's go get the next one. What do we got here? Forms. If you follow me on X, the everything platform, you might have seen this. So this isn't doing anything. It's inert, like me. All right, so we got a form here. We've got two selects. You know what the drill is here. I want to fetch this stuff from a remote source and fill in the second select box with that state going to my server. So let's add an event listener on this state thing. And we'll say, okay, on dom.change. I'll get my event in here. And then I don't know. I don't think I'm the only one. When I think about product requirements and I get to this point, like I didn't go make state first, right? I went to the event first. I do this when I'm developing. I always do this. I go into the event and then it's like, okay, oh, that's right. I need some state to manipulate to then be able to do things inside of here, right? But I personally I think about events first. What's the feature? The feature is when the user changes the first select box, right? That's how we start the feature. When they change the first select box, we want to go into a loading state. We want to fetch some data from a remote source, and then we want to populate the second one, and then we want to go out of a loading state. It's a pretty easy thing to talk about, right? I don't say, well, I don't even have to say it. You know how this looks in other places. So I'm going to go into a loading state, and then I'm going to update. And then I'm going to go and get a response. I'm going to fetch my data store. Nope, I don't want to show that yet. Just chill the heck out, cursor. So this needs to be async. And then I want to get the cities from that thing. And then I want to go into a loaded state again, and then I want to update. Right? Isn't this where you want to write this code? Or do you want to set up a graph of dependencies that are automatically tracked? You don't want to. I don't either. I'm an idiot. I think about it like this. Fetch state is loading, update. Okay, next step. I can only think about like two things at the same time. Okay, little sidebar. In high school.
Remember, you like smiling.
I do. I was in AP Calculus. I failed college algebra, by the way, in college. But anyway, I was in AP Calculus, and on one of my tests, it said, solve the sixth root of this polynomial. And I was staring at it for like 5 minutes, and then I finally wrote, no. My teacher gave me 1 out of 8 points for that response. She was like, I've been grading papers all night, and that made me chuckle, so you get 1 point. But honestly, that's how I feel sometimes writing code. It's how I felt before early React, and it's kind of how I feel in the current flavor of all the front-end frameworks right now. The golden days of React in the beginning, though, it didn't feel like that. It didn't care about object identity. It didn't care about dependency tracking. It didn't care about any of that stuff. You said set state. You could set state with window, and like it was fine. It would read values from window. I need that simplicity again. So here we go. This should work. Go to Alabama, loading, Birmingham. Pretty easy. Anyone astute out there know what my problem is, though? All right, so here's what I did. Every one of these down the list takes longer and longer. Like Kansas takes like 5 seconds probably, where Alabama takes like 300 milliseconds. So now I can make a mess. I can go to Kentucky, I can go to Illinois, and I can go to Arizona. Louisville, Arizona, Phoenix, Chicago, Arizona. I got problems, right? Okay, so how do we fix these problems? Every time, did you say the edge? Just make it faster. There are no race conditions when everything is fast. Be faster than the user, that's how you fix it. We're gonna create a DAG. Actually, what people on Twitter were saying was, I would just load every city in the world into the browser. As a principle in Remix 3, anytime you give us a function that we're going to call, so in this case, you gave dom.changeAFunction. Anytime you give us something and we're going to call it, we want you to be able to do whatever the heck you want inside of there. You should be able to have an async function in your change handler. So we need to give you a way to protect yourself from these kinds of race conditions. So every time you give us a function, we give you a signal, not the other signals. So now I can come in here and I can just give this fetch a signal. The fetch API works with abort signals. And so if this signal gets aborted, the fetch will get aborted. If this JSON is gigantic, it could take some amount of time to actually parse. And so the user could get an erase condition there too. So I can also say, if signal not aborted, return. So after I do any async work, I can just like check, did I get re-entered, right? Here's one function, but as the user's clicking around on the select box, we're getting multiple calls to that function all in flight at the same time, right? Because it's asynchronous. So I select once, we call the function, and then that's in flight and it's waiting for stuff. I click it again, this one's in flight and it's waiting for stuff. When you re-enter that function, that's when Remix will abort the signal. So they're clicking around the select box, the second one comes in, we abort the signal. So when that fetch comes around, it'll see, oh, that signal got aborted, I'm gonna stop too. Or if this took a long time, your code checks, oh, that one got aborted, get rid of it. So you're just tossing out anything that is stale. And it allows you to just keep on writing your code exactly the way that you think about it. They did a thing, go into loading state, fetch some stuff, set some stuff, update again. So now, I should be able to come here to Louisiana and Hawaii and Alabama, and it's just Birmingham. Pretty cool. It's not a debounce, no. It's like a debounce.
Open the network tab.
Yeah. Who said that? I'm not gonna lie, I've been praying a lot lately over all this stuff. No, so abort controllers, when you give it to fetch, it throws. And so it doesn't go any farther in the stack. Yeah. Oh, that will too, so we don't actually need the second one? Yeah, okay, cool. JK, you don't need that. You're the one who told me I needed it yesterday. Like I said, I haven't seen people in a while. What do I have here? Why is it? it's so tiny, it's hard to see anything. Oh yeah, reload. Oh, it's just telling me reload the page so you can see things. All right, boink, boink, boink. So yeah, you can see that the fetches are actually being canceled, and we only take the latest one. So again, it's manual work on your part, just like saying, here's when I want to update, and it's manual work to say, hey, I want you to abort this thing, but you don't always want the interaction to abort. Maybe they're clicking something and it's, I don't know, it's voting on some sort, I don't know what, and you want to allow all those things to go through and it doesn't affect the UI state. It's okay to just let everything fly. But when it does matter, we'll give you a signal and then you can deal with that. So you get this dot signal that tells you when you're mounted or unmounted. The event callback signals, those ones abort when the function is re-entered, and they also abort when the component is disconnected. And you get one other signal in here. You get props here too, the latest props. And then you get a render signal here. You shouldn't use this one, but it's there. If you like set a timeout or something inside a render for some weird reason, then you can check that signal to see if you got rendered again to get rid of it. But I don't know. It's a rule. It's a rule. If you give us a function, we give you a signal. We don't know what you're going to do in there. As an exercise after this conference, I want you to go find my tweet about this UI and then look at all of the solutions people have posted. Maybe one day we'll do a dramatic reading of them. All right, what else we got here? Brooks, you're just gonna have to kick me off because I don't even remember what time I'm supposed to end. I only have 15 minutes. All right. Only the guy's wife who's not a developer started falling asleep, so like, I think we're doing good. I owe her like cookies or something after this. I'm sorry. I'm never going to a conference with you again. You kept making fun of me. You can't sit on the front row. It's like going to the comedy club and they're like, hey, who here's, I don't know. And then someone's like me, and then it's like, why did you raise your hand? You want to hide when they start talking to you. Okay, let's go to the entry. We got another one in here. No, not an M abbreviation. Library. What is this? Ugly. We are building a component library to go along with Remix. Oh, see, that's where the people get excited. Yeah. If you want to build, if you want to be a relevant player in the UI framework world, you got to have all these components that you can slap together into an app really quick, right? We're going for the full stack. Michael's going to talk about a bunch of backend stuff. We're going for the full stack experience from soup to nuts. I got that from you. His dad is.
I don't know where I got it. I don't know.
You got it from your dad, I think. It's
an English phrase?
Yeah, and then I got give it the beans from Jacob. And he left. Oh my gosh. Everyone I'm calling out keeps on disappearing. All right, let's make this pretty. So anyway, we're building a component library. We started with kind of the hardest one. So I built a lot of components like this, accessible components, cards, avatars, drop-downs, menus, all this kind of stuff. So I went for the very hardest one first. As soon as we had a component model working at all in Remix, it was like, okay, I'm building a nested drop-down menu. And so we've got this thing already working on Remix. It's got all the smart things that you would expect, like hover intent, where it crosses over that boundary, like coming down here. It doesn't make the thing disappear. Actually, it works 3 levels if I'm fast enough, if I'm not trying to demo it. Anyway, it's got keyboard stuff on here. It's got events on there. Really cool. And then it's not just about all the little widgets either. We're building all the stuff. So let's make this a little bit prettier. And I didn't practice this part very much, so we'll see if it even looks good. So we got this stack component, and we got these things that are all meaningful in the whole theme system. So along with the component library is theming as well. That's all based on CSS properties. So it's really easy to do with server rendering and everything else. So I'm going to add a stack around the menu example, and then let's add a stack around this one. Actually, I want to stack around all of them is what I wanted. And that's the really big one. We'll do XXL there. And let's do these ones medium. And then I got to close the list box one down there. One more, yeah. Hey, we're getting somewhere. No, those are too big. This is so work in progress at the moment. Like, don't judge it too much. Just know that this is the scope of what we're trying to do. Now down here, I've got my little native select, and I'm gonna switch this thing up. Actually, let's put some more stacks in here. In the form, let's do small on that one. And all of that. Get those things. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool, whatever. I'll just stick with that. It's ugly, but it's fine. Let's wrap these ones actually. So this one's gonna be a row because I want those buttons to be next to each other. Whoop. Okay, kind of cool. Clean that up a bit. If we got a great designer. Oh my gosh, we do have a great designer. Tim, are you here? Yeah, Tim. Oh my gosh. This looks phenomenal here. We had he makes me want to level up so much. It's like, if he's gonna design something that looks that awesome, I better build something that matches it. Let's turn this into a list box. So I'll import that from Remix library. And let's switch this into, yep, all capital options. You got it, bro. Make sure yep, got those imported. Boop. Hey, that looks nice. And then down here, so this is actually gonna be different. It's not gonna be event.target.currentValue anymore. This is a list box. So we have a special list box.change. Can you see how this on prop is really cool? I hope you're starting to see it. It's the thing where I'm like, I'm not sure what people are gonna think about that. And now you have the detail instead. And so that should still update this for us. Yep, banana, cherry. And like I said, this is work in progress, but like the details that we're sweating is like, when you click this, apple is right below. When you click this, banana is right below your cursor. This is something that a lot of these custom components get wrong sometimes. And then down here,
just to be clear, right? Those are divs, right? Like, I think that might have not been clear, right? You switched from a native select element.
Yeah.
And it worked so much like a native select element that I worry it might have gone. Whew.
Thank you. It's also using inside of the button a popover div. Look at that. This div lives inside of the button. That's wacky. Anyway, the popover API, talking about like gathering things that the platforms give us. Popover API is awesome. Goes to the top layer. It's got events. We got some special events on popover, so you can actually like add a popover target toggle. So like your button you can add an event to your button that listens for when the popover that it owns opens up. So it's kind of wild. You can, with these custom events, you can like connect things that generally aren't like connected. It's pretty cool. Well, I don't, like I said, don't have time for everything. The other thing here is these are real form elements. So when you submit them, we don't have a submit handler on our form yet. Let's get some form data. Oh, I already got form data in there. Cool. Prevent default. Yes, form data. Yep, thank you very much. This dot update. Beautiful. Oh, and he's going to do the reset for me too. All right, fine. Let's do the reset as well. And really wow the people, cursor. Great job. Thank you. So if I choose banana here and submit, they will submit with real forms too. So they got actual inputs inside of them. And this is really fun. When you hit reset, watch this thing. That switches back to its default state because it's listening to the submit event of the form that it belongs to, which is what normal form elements do. So we're gonna sweat all the little details on these custom components. They're gonna be awesome. Here's a fun moment. Because these are custom events just built on the DOM, they work a little differently, right? Like your instinct on listbox is to have like on change here, right? This is what we're used to. And on select and on reset or whatever, right? That's gonna be your natural instinct, but these are pretty interesting since they're actually events dispatched on the actual elements. I could just grab this on prop and I can be like, let's go, where do I want to go? Let's go into the, I'm just going to grab the whole thing. Here, let me add it to the form. Oop, get rid of it here, come up to the form up top, and I can say, hey, let me know if the list box changes underneath you. Now I got just a list box down here, right? I don't know if I should clap. I'm not sure what just happened. It's kind of funny. The DOM is funny. If you have images inside of a div, you can say on load on this thing, right? Divs don't have anything to load. It's meaningless for a div, but load events bubble up. And so one div can handle the loads of all of its children. And you can do things with that, right? And so it's kind of interesting what kind of patterns are going to emerge where your list box dispatches real events that bubble up to parents. And so you can handle things up high, you can handle things down low, you can put them wherever you want them to go, to and fro. It's a native, it's custom event, so it bubbles just like everything else. Yeah. And you actually have control over that when you dispatch an event. So when we saw the create interaction and you're dispatching in there, you can say bubbles false as well if you're like, this really shouldn't bubble. Like popovers don't bubble natively. Their events don't. One more thing, I think. Yeah, I got one more thing. Because they are native events. Oops, good grief. I want to go to that. Now, of course, it's not going to work. No, come on. You got to work. What's your problem? All right, I got that. That's happy. This is unhappy. Here's a 05. Yeah, I'm in the wrong one. Okay, this one is clearly not styled yet. But we got a little disclosure button. Check out my HTML over here. This is just an HTML file. RMX disclosure button. These are just web components. Look at this. Add event listener, disclosure toggle. Like I was saying, all of our events, the whole event system in Remix is just custom events. So they bubble through normal DOM. So they're already immediately compatible with the rest of the web, including web components. And then these little custom elements are kind of funny because what I did here is I defined a custom element on the DOM. And I said, all right, when you connect, go find the button, go find the content, wipe out your HTML. I should probably do like some kind of hydration here. This is just a proof of concept. And then I render remix disclosures, create a little remix root and just drop the HTML from whatever the button had. And so you can build not only full apps with Remix, but you can just tuck it away into some web components and very easily make them compatible with the rest of the world. So if you're trying to build little parts of your app to maybe, I don't know, embed in some sort of AI chat app, maybe wrapping up your components inside of web components would be a good way to do it. So that's another one of the motivations for using custom events and trying to keep our model as simple as possible is so that it's as powerful as everything we've been using, but also able to get embedded into use cases that maybe we haven't thought a whole lot about before. I think I'm done.
All right. Let's hear it for Ryan Florence. So what do you guys think of Remix components? Yeah, I know you're kind of like, yeah, it's going to take a little getting used to. We hope you love it. We put a ton of work into it. Like Ryan said, neither of us have seen sunlight for last 3 months. So, look, people, this is amazing. Yeah.
It smells weird.
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take like a 15-minute break. We're gonna come back. We're gonna talk about the back end and what Remix is gonna look like on the back end. Head on upstairs. We got some snacks. We got some CDs, right, Brooks? We got CDs and posters. Yeah, upstairs. If you want to grab one of those, come on back in 15.
Are you taking Tailwind away from us?
I forgot to say that. You can use Tailwind. Sure, go for it.
Oh, yeah, awesome. I'm gonna say that. So nervous.
No, man, you got your class.
Where is she?
I submitted a tweet that had like a list of things that I did some time ago. Like,
Yes, it was a good tweet. I remember that. It was like really good.
it was like you're hitting like a lot.
It was really good. Well, I remember reading it and thinking like, this guy like must know something.
I was telling Steve, so this is Steve. I was telling Steve on the way in, I'm like, you know, I bet you they're gonna have a function with a keyword F function and a return from arrow function and an update function. Like,
Yeah. And just plain JavaScript variables for keeping state of it, right?
I was talking about Linux this meetup for this. But I really hope that they just don't do anything with this. Like, so much of React is
Well, it's not React, Vue, I hope this feels Oh, the warm on yeah, okay. And then you write procedural code. You know what I'm saying? You write procedural code and then you signal the word there. Not very close. Not very close. Yeah. It's right now it's prototyping. So it's right. It's also figuring out what this is API. This is it. That's what I was talking about. Context, key task, update. ID is a stable ID that we use for like the view types and for record. So ID is if you've ever heard of anything like a server render of a stateful claim that answer like hydrogen requirements. You need to yeah, exactly. You need to match it up with you don't want the hydration mismatch basically sort of define it. ID comes in useful in tiny edge case. There's context API that shows, there's updated key task, and then there's the signal. So you should oh, raise. Raise is basically just a way for you to that catch is yeah, exactly. It's a catch and a flower. Right? Some raise fail so out of the gate at the beginning here's a template package. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, cool. So now I, like, what does that mean? Oh, as you tap something, it'll dispatch an event with a detail. It's not okay, cool. So like that's not gonna end up in my command line. And just imagine the kinds of interactions that we could wrap up. You know, swipes, and like multi-touch gestures. You know, like it's a system. You could like you could build a really cool like touch events system for the web on an abstraction. Drummer is like hit, snare, hat events. You can take all three of those and you can wrap them up in your creative action and say like, I just want to change that. Right? You know what I'm saying? So you can they are building. That's why I think like I did those things, but it's kind of to like go into the work that goes with that. It's like if I did those like almost like that was kind of up and down arrows and stuff like that. So almost like reaching into the aria goals. Yeah. I mean, we probably it's a dance. We're gonna try and figure out like we're gonna get all of these keyboards, mouse, Yeah, I think so. I'm just. I can just mirror. Yeah, I can just mirror. Yeah.
I got a water for you too, right there.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll just mirror the entire screen then. Oh wow, I've got some. That one. Oh, whatever. Get out of here. All right. Ah. Quit. All right. There we go. Cool. Cool. Great. Thank you.
You're gonna kill it. They're primed. They're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Thank you for the side comments too. That was awesome.
I just
Really helpful.
there were. If I want you to do the same for me. If I'm glazing over something, like you glazed.
A couple, yeah.
Well, and I get it. Like whatever, you're busy, you're in the moment, you're in front of people. But like when you swapped in that list box, I was like, and it worked exactly like a select,
Yeah.
You did the same thing when we were talking to Toby and everything, and I was like, I want to just stop here and appreciate like what's going on. You know, like it's so good that you don't realize. You know, it's like
it works.
It's like Steph Curry shooting threes. It's like, that's easy.
And then I spend like 30 minutes on like let.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that takes a lot of work. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm surprised we're sitting here for like 2 hours watching code. Like, you gotta get some wiggles out, right? Should we do more of Kent's air squats? I'm not Kent, so I don't know. Maybe did he already
Burpees.
Yeah, burpee. Burp.
All right, Michael, you don't need to introduce yourself in your talk.
Try not to touch the person in front of you when you're doing your burpees.
So I'm going to introduce your talk. Guys, this is Michael Jackson. He's been my partner for 11 years, almost. 10 years now.
14, yeah.
Has anyone been following the Remix the Web repo? I was talking to Wes Boss, who's gone. We lost him. See? We keep losing everybody that I talk about. But he said he's been watching that repo and he was like, Michael is cooking something. Got multi-part parsers in there. Like, what is this thing? So Michael has been working hard for actually months and months on backend stuff that's going to power Remix. And I'm so pumped for you guys to hear what he has to say and show you the stuff he's been working on. So everybody, give it up for the King of Pop State, Michael Jackson.
All right, let's see. What I got my screen up there. Okay, so I just want to have just a brief conversation, about how we build servers. I know, we don't have any back-end devs here. Everybody's front end, and I don't know. Anybody like to build servers here? Oh, okay. All right. Pleasantly surprised. All right. So what is a server? A server is just something that gives you responses, right? You send it requests and you get responses, right? Servers come in all kinds of forms these days. Database servers, you can probably still rent a VPS somewhere. Lots of people are running workers, right? These like short-lived things. They kind of feel like servers, but they're, you like pay per use. So it's not like a long-running server. It's more just like a worker. We've got these things in the browser called service workers. Then they're kind of like little servers if you look at them, right? Like they get requests and they return responses, just like servers do. So it's kind of this like nebulous term, right? And you should be able to run your app like in any one of those environments. You should be able to run your backend, on a traditional server. You should be able to run it on the edge in a Cloudflare worker or in a Fastly worker. You should be able to run it in a service worker. So we're gonna, part of the ethos of Remix is that we're building tools so that you can run them wherever makes sense for your app, whatever makes sense for your app architecture. And so we're building on primitives that we get from the web. So let's talk about some of those primitives. So let's say that I've got like a really basic server here. Let's say I've got like a handle fetch function. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a request, and I'm going to return a new response. I want to get some HTML in here. Yeah, how about that? And we'll call this like our home page. And then, yeah, we'll make it HTML. Okay, so what APIs are we working with here? We're working with request, and we're working with this other thing called response. So these are actually APIs that came from the fetch spec, which is an API that first appeared in the browser. A lot of you probably used it on the server. You've used it in Node. It's not that new. But we see this pattern, and we see it again and again and again, of APIs appearing on the web, and they make their way back to the server, okay? The web is the king of JavaScript, for better or for worse, okay? I didn't make the rules. That's just how it works, okay? You don't see, I'll tell you what you don't see. You don't see bespoke Node.js APIs showing up in the browser, right? You don't see, http.create server showing up in the browser. You see request and response and fetch showing up in Node, okay? So that's the direction that JavaScript goes. JavaScript standards get adopted first, in ECMA. They get implemented in browsers. They make their way back to the servers, okay? So we're working with these request response primitives for better or for worse. And that entails a lot, by the way. They've got their own like streaming formats, and they've got their own binary formats. You want me to make my text bigger? Is that too big? How's that? Is that good? Is that a good compromise? Cool, thank you. So how on earth are we going to serve this thing? Well, if we're using a modern JavaScript runtime like Bun is so fast. Okay, cool. Let's just change in our port here. Actually, no, I don't have a port variable. Let's 44100. Okay. Okay, cool. So Bun is kind of a newer entrant into the JavaScript server space. We can say bun server.tsx. We can boot our server. Anybody know what 44100 is? Hey, there you go. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we're running our fetch server. We're running it in Bun. So modern JavaScript runtimes, Bun, Dino, Cloudflare Workers, they all use this API for their servers. What if we're still running in Node? How can we run this handler in Node? So what if we're using Node HTTP? How can we run this function? So what I've got down here is I've got a server, which is an HTTP create server. And so we're going to pull in this thing called create request listener. And as I already said earlier today, I'm pulling from a bunch of different libraries today. This is not the intended user experience for Remix. We're still in the prototyping stage, but this is one of the libraries that fills one of those holes, okay? Node Fetch Server is actually a library that we're using today in production in React Router. But this is just a library that lets you build servers using the Fetch API for Node. So they all have these really like very obvious names. Oh, the Node Fetch Server. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, cool. So we can. Oh, I'm not even booting this. Hold on, let me. That was fake. I'm actually going to run everything else in. I'm just going to use TSX, so I can run TypeScript and JSX on Node. All right. Cool, so let's verify our app still works. Nice. Okay, so we can run request and response-based servers on Node. Cool, problem one solved. We're gonna be doing a lot of HTML today, so I'm actually gonna pull in a little HTML helper because this is gonna get old, typing this headers every time. So we've got a little HTML helper. I'm gonna use another package that I've been working on called Fetch Router. By the way, one other thing that I'll say today is that a lot of the stuff that Ryan showed is we don't actually have stable releases of any of the UI stuff. We do actually have stable releases of everything that I'm going to show you today. So if you do want to play with any of this stuff, be on the cutting edge, it's all part of the Remix repo. And we've got stable releases of everything that I'm going to show you today. And it's and benchmarked and test, et cetera. You can check it out there. So let's, and then the front end stuff is coming along as well. We'll have stable releases of that stuff too shortly. Okay, so all my HTML helper is going to do is it's just going to add that content type, and it's going to give me a response back. Okay. Okay, so pretty basic. So let's introduce some routing. Let's say we want to have some routes, and I'm just going to start real basic, right? So we've been doing routing for a little bit. We built a router before. There are a couple of principles that I think are really, really important in routing, and a couple of things that I built the fetch router on, that we built the fetch router on, that we wanted to make sure we're in the fetch router. One of those things is names. Okay, so names that you get to decide. So you get to decide the name of this route. You can call it your home. You can call it your home page. You can call it whatever you want. And then what I'm going to have is I'm going to have another object of handlers. And I'm going to basically just going to have these two objects that mirror the shape of each other so that, the home route invokes the home handler. Okay? So pretty basic. Let me go back in here and let's say this function gets a request. And I'm going to get the URL. Another web API that made its way to the server, the URL API. What I'm going to say is if the URL path name is that home route, then go ahead and serve the home handler, okay? We're not doing this here. We're doing HTML. Come on. Yeah, how about one of those? I'm so lazy now. I just sit there and wait for a second. Come on, you can get it. All right. Okay, cool. So we go to the home route. We see that. We go to literally anything else, and we're not found. Cool. Routing, baby. All right. Let's add a few more routes. Let's have a blog index route. /blog. We'll have a blog post route. We don't know how to do this yet. Let's just have let's just hard code this for now. Okay, so we'll have something called hello remix. We'll say we have one post. So let's go ahead and make those pages. I'm gonna call this, I'm just gonna say blog posts. this is going to be like a list of all my blog posts, and then I'm going to make another one down here where I'm actually going to like show the post. Okay, so again, just some basic HTML pages, but we're just keeping these two objects kind of in the same shape. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some more routes down here. I'm going to say if we're at the blog index route, I want you to show that thing. If we're at the blog post route, I want you to show that thing. If, else, if, right? Blog. Work. Cool. I go to blog, hello, remix. Hello, remix. Sweet. Nothing too amazing, nothing too fancy, but notice the one thing that we said was important. You get to choose the names of all your routes, which means you get to refer to them by name. We're going to see why that's important coming on later on. You don't just speak about them in terms of URLs, you speak about them in terms of names that you give them. So one thing we want to do is, we're not just always serving static data. We want to have like an ID coming in here into this route, right? This thing is like a dynamic piece of the URL. And then, how are we gonna do that? So we've actually built something called route pattern. So route pattern is another library that we're building on. It's like Ryan said, we went all the way down to the base of the mountain, and we're starting at the very bottom, and we're building everything on the way back up. Okay. So I want to just talk about this route pattern library for just a second. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap each of these. I'm going to say you're a route pattern, and you're a route pattern, and you're a route pattern, and you're a route pattern. All right. So everybody's a route pattern now. What do these things do? Let me just talk about these real quick. Let's say I've got a new route pattern. They've got this method on them called match. Right? So I can take this pattern, I can match it against a URL. Let me just show you what we get back when we match one of those things. And then I'll just exit. There we go. All right, so let's check it out in our console down here. Okay. Oh, I wish I could just bump that up without bumping everything. But anyway. Okay, so I could match a route that's like blog/ID. And then, the ID portion is gonna match this here. I could say, hello Remix. I could say goodbye React. Yeah, okay, cool. That works too. All right. I could, add an optional like .html on here. Right. So if somebody uses, and this is where I don't want it to be so big. If somebody adds the optional .html, not a big deal. I can actually come in here and I can like specify a full URL. So one of the things that separates route pattern from some of the alternatives, this isn't just like path to regex. We're not just matching on path names. We're matching on the full URL, right? So you can do things like virtual hosts. You can do things like say, hey, the S is optional. So if somebody hits my route with HTTP, like I still match, right? Maybe I want to redirect HTTP to HTTPS or something like that, right? So we could match on like the subdomain, right? So let's say I'm serving up like, subdomains, and it's optional. So like you can give it to me. If it's not there, it's undefined, or you can give it to me. You can say www. We'll match the subdomain now, right? So these route patterns are super flexible. These parentheses indicate like optional groups in your URL. You could even do like some pretty advanced stuff. So let's say you had like some like API that you're building, and it has to be followed by maybe you have the version number in the URL, but maybe you don't. So we're going to make that optional, and maybe the major version number is followed by a dot and a minor version number. In either case, it needs to be followed by /users and then an optional extension on there. Sure. So somebody hits your app with, /API/v2.1/users.json, and you can parse all that out of the URL. Maybe they left out the .1, and now the minor version is undefined and the major version is v2. Maybe they left out the .json. Maybe they left out the whole v2 segment, and now it's all undefined and your URL is like super clean, right? So these route patterns are actually pretty powerful. One of the the things that we did in Remix V1 that I was not a huge fan of is and I apologize for this, we made you put all of your route patterns in file names. Oh. What's the file name for that? I don't know. I mean, it's just like, it's very difficult to have that level of expressivity on the file system, right? Because you have a limited number of characters that you can use. We've actually already started going in this direction. If you're a React Router user, we have routes.ts, so you can express all of your routes in code. That's where they belong. That's where they need to be. So your routes are going to be in code in Remix 3, and I'll show you what that looks like. But yeah, you have a lot of power with these route patterns, a lot of expressivity. I mentioned at the beginning that we're along the way as we're building all these primitives, we're benchmarking everything from the ground up. So route pattern is at least as fast as path to regexp. Obviously, a lot more expressivity. It's way faster than path to regexp if you get up into like thousands of routes. A large app. Some of you might be familiar with the Find My Way library. We're in the same neighborhood as Find My Way. And those guys are blazing fast. So we're doing our homework. We're running our benchmarks at every step of the way. But that's a little bit about route pattern and the kind of route patterns that you're going to be able to use. So let's get back to our app. So each one of these things is a route pattern. So let's head down into here, and we're not just doing these string comparisons now. Now we're doing things like, using that match function to match on these URLs. Oh, you know what? Sorry. I forgot something. The other thing that I was going to show you is how to generate an href. I could say, yeah. So these route patterns go both ways, okay? So if you're gonna match on a URL, you're essentially like parsing the URL, right? What is the bookend to parsing is stringify, right? JSON parse, JSON stringify. Pattern.match is parse. Pattern.href is stringify. And this is a type-safe stringify, so if you try and pass foo in here, it's gonna be like, what are you talking about, man? You said you needed ID in your route pattern, right? You don't have ID, you don't have foo up there, right? So you get type-safe URL generation as well. Okay, so we're gonna match these things, and then what we really wanna do is, this is gonna be a little bit messy, but what I really want is I wanna get a match out of here. If that thing matches, because that one's actually got params, right? That's interesting. So I'm gonna capture that bit of data, and I'm gonna send that through to my route handler. The blog post route here, let's just say it gets like a thing that looks like this. Sure, yeah, that's what it'll look like. Okay, so now instead of just one object, we're gonna send like this bag of stuff. We're gonna send in the original request, and we're also gonna send in like some stuff that we matched in the URL that you match. We can come down in here and we could say, hey, let's put in some dynamic data in there, right? Let's refresh that. Hello, Remix. Hello, Shopify. Cool. So we've got a little sort of dynamic piece of the URL. Very cool. How else can we improve this router? So what else do I need when I'm routing? Usually I need like some middleware, right? That's pretty important to be able to extend the router. People can plug things in. They can plug in auth and logging and stuff like that. Something else that I'm noticing is this router is going to get pretty verbose. Like these keys are already, kind of repetitive. You can imagine as I'm adding more and more URLs and more features to my app, this thing is just going to keep growing and growing. It'd be nice if I could like have some kind of like nested syntax, right? Like blog that. These are the blog routes. And then this is like the index page, and this is the post page, right? So I've got like this kind of nested structure that's a little more descriptive. And then we want middleware as well. So if we start going down this path, the matching is obviously going to get more complex. We're going to bring in a helper. We're going to bring in a helper called route. And route is actually going to help us out. It's going to just create a little route map for us. And We're going to do away with these route patterns. And if you check out routes, routes is just a map of all the routes in my app, okay? You heard about earlier in the admin, they wanted to be able to like statically analyze all the routes in the app. They didn't even know how many routes they had at one point, right? You'd ask them, they'd be like, I don't know how many routes I have. It's nice to have like a type-safe visualization of all the routes in your app, right? So that's your route map. Your route map tells you everything that you've got in the app, all the URLs that you can hit. We don't need route pattern anymore. We're gonna thank you, route pattern, for your service. But all of these things are route patterns, right? And these routes have the ability to match on the URL. We're going to come down here. We're going to make sure that we maintain the same shape of this object. Remember, we said we wanted it to be the same shape. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to say this one is index and this one is the post page. Okay? So we preserve the same shape between these two objects. And then what I'm going to do down here is I'm going to wrap all that stuff up into a router. Oops. Let's bring that in. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to say, router, I want you to map these routes to these handlers, okay? It's like I'm taking two sides of the sandwich and I'm smashing them together. I got some routes here. I got some implementation for those routes over here. I'm going to smash them together, okay? One of the things that you heard this morning also from the team that was working on the admin is that they not only were they doing static analysis of the routes, but they were also dynamically loading the code for portions of the route tree that they needed to execute. So dynamically loading that loader, for example, to get the form definition that they needed to generate their Sidekick forms, things like that, right? So the point of keeping these things separate is we've got route definition separate from implementation. Okay, the implementation is all of your runtime code. The implementation is all of your middleware, all of your dependencies, the stuff that you're pulling in. Your route map is a static description of what routes are available in the app. Okay, this is like the second principle that I think is super, super important. Okay, so the first one is you want to have names, human-friendly names for the routes in your app. Second one is keep route definition separate from route implementation. That's gonna pay huge dividends for us in the future. You'll notice I've got some red squigglies here. It's like, what is going on? Like, I don't understand. Sorry. It does understand. It understands perfectly fine. What I've got is what I can do now is I can actually I can set up some inference here for these handlers. So I can bring in this route handlers type. I can say, look, this object here is just supposed to be the handlers for the routes that for these routes that we told you about, okay? I'm gonna delete that, I'm gonna delete that. So the arg that you get into your handlers is the request context, okay? You'll notice that, we said our blog post route gets this ID param. Previously, we were typing it manually. If we just use a satisfies clause or constraint on this object, we know the exact type of the params that we're getting, okay? So we're parsing it out of the URL. Here's your params types, okay? So strong types all the way throughout the app. And now, this is really easy. We're just gonna say return router.fetch. Oh, geez. Sometimes I get into trouble when I just rely on tab. We said we wanted to stick some middleware in there, right? Let's throw some middleware in there. Ship a little logger middleware. Okay, cool. So we got logs coming out here. Let's go back to the posts page. Let's go back to the home page. All right, so we got support for middleware. We kind of nested our route structure, right? So it's less verbose, less repetitive. And we got some type safety automatically flowing through now to the handlers. Okay, so we're climbing the mountain again, right? These are all things that we want on our way up the mountain. Some of you might be looking at this point and thinking, Michael, you're killing me. Why are we still doing HTML? Ryan just showed us these components. Like, can you give me some components, please? Can you give me some JSX? You're killing me. Okay, all right, fair enough. Let's do some JSX. So how are we going to do JSX? So we're gonna bring in a function called render to stream. Where have I seen that before? Oh yeah. So we can server render these these remix elements, and you just pass us a remix element, give us an optional response, and all we're going to do is render that thing to a stream. This is a readable stream, right? The readable stream, you can pass that to the response constructor, so we can just pass that straight through to our HTML. We just compose them together, right? Readable stream gives us stream, HTML stream from a remix element. And then you can pass us some whatever you want. So it's just a little wrapper around render to stream. Let's come down here. Let's refactor some of these things. So I want to make this thing a render. I want to get rid of the strings, man. That's a bummer. Okay, cool. We're in business here. Let's do the other two. Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that. Okay. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do that. Get rid of that one. Oh, that feels so much better, except for I don't even need that anymore. Woo. All right, we're doing JSX. Michael, you told me it was super important to have like these human-friendly names in these things. Well, you know what? First, this app sucks, man. Let's put some navigation in here for crying out loud. We told you we could do that, so let's put in a p tag here, and let's say I'm going to give you a link to their blog page. Remember, the routes can create hrefs, right? So let's create an href here to the blog page. When we go to that, let's go to that page. Let's add some navigation through to. Actually, what I want to do here is I want to just put in like a footer. I want to make some navigation through to we'll go back to the home page. We're also going to have like a list of our posts in here. We'll do that one. Again, type safe URL generation there. We're going to have a list of the posts here. And then let's go through to here and let's make this one. This one will link like back to the blog page. We'll link back to the home page as well. Yeah, how about that? Okay, cool. Blog, post, blog, home, blog. Okay, cool. So so far so good. Notice what we've got is when we use these patterns to match, we can also use these same patterns to generate URLs all over our app, right? So we're not using strings anymore, or weird strings, interpolating things. What benefits does this provide? So, I've been telling you these names are important. At some point, somebody on your team might come along and decide, you know what, that's not the blog post route, that's the blog show route, and they're going to want to rename it. They're going to want to rename a route, right? So let's rename that symbol, and you'll notice that like the blog handler name automatically updated. Why? TypeScript is doing static analysis on this code, right? We told it that this object is a type of route handlers for the routes object that we have up above. You change a property in one place, we're going to update the property on the object that's supposed to match it, right? So type safe refactoring. Where else are we using that object? We're also using the blog it used to be the blog.post object, it's now the blog.show object in the blog posts page, right? So refactor, change up the link, right? Refactoring your app just got a lot easier when your links and your route handlers are referencing actual objects instead of just like strings, weird IDs, things like that. All right, cool. What if somebody comes...
Michael, does it work the other way? What if I'm on the link and I want to rename it back to post?
Oh, yeah. So I could rename that like Ryan.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
There it is. Blog.Ryan. Yeah, it totally works the other way. Those things are linked, right? I mean, thank you. In relation to what we were saying earlier, like static analysis of your routes, right? That's what's important here, right? You want to be able to look at your route tree and you want to be able to immediately infer information about what routes are available. Are my links broken? Are my route handlers busted? Okay. What if somebody comes in here and they want to, like, they're like, that's not an ID, that's a slug. Is our app currently busted? Well, the link is broken and our app now fails to compile because we have type-safe links, right? So update that. What about the blog show route? Is that thing busted? Well, yeah, that thing, it's expecting a slug now. We were expecting an ID. Swap it out. Our app compiles now, right? So type-safe URL generation, type-safe parameters as well. Cool. So those are kind of some of the major benefits that we're after with using like the human sort of human readable names or human friendly names. What else do we want to do to this router? Should we do like we should do like a you know what's always you know what stinks actually is like we're just using like static. Let's pull in like a database. Okay, just using a little SQLite database. Let's swap some things out here. Let's go to the index page, and let's say let's grab our posts, and let's say I want to map over all the posts here. And then in this one, I want to grab the post with the slug. And if we don't have the post, I'm going to return a not found. Otherwise, I'm going to return some stuff here. We'll just make this a div. Cool. Okay. That was from when I was practicing earlier. Give me a sec. I should only have one in there. Is it? Wait, what did I do? Do I have an extra? I do. Okay, we're good. An LI inside an LI? That's not going to pass the XHTML. I put one of those little badges on my site in the footer anymore. That'd be a bummer. Okay, cool. So type-safe routing. We're using a real database. Let's do a create, because I'm always kind of annoyed when somebody shows a demo like this and they just show like reads all the time and they don't show like mutations. Like, how does this router going to handle mutations? How is this structure going to hold up? Let's have a new page, and then let's have a create page. Okay. I want the create to happen when I post to the blog route. But you'll notice that it's the same route as I'm using for the index page, but the other one's a get. This one's a post, right? So what I want to do is I want to get a little more descriptive with these things. I'm going to say you're a post. I'm going to say you, sir, are a get. We might as well just go through the rest of them and make them all super descriptive, right? If you look at your routes map now, it's very descriptive about what you've got in there, right? It's very easy to see and statically analyze, again, what's going on in my routes config. You'll notice that handlers is upset and the map is upset now because it's saying, hey, you're missing new and create in here. You told me you're gonna have new and create. You should have them. All right, sorry. Let's make them. Let's have a new page. And then we'll have a create page. All right, so how are we going to do this? This is basically, the new page is a get. Again, like we'll check this out, right? It's a get at blog/new, right? So what we need to do is show them like a form that they're going to use this to make a post, right? So let's pop down here. We can reuse the create href handler. Is that going to work? So we're going to have a title. We're going to have some content. We're going to have a create button. And then, we need to close the form, put the footer back. What did you do? There you go. You're all right. Okay, so we're going to post over to this route. So that's this one here. How are we going to get the data? Let's plumb it in through the form data prop. So we're actually going to give you, a form data instance in any route that is a post or a put or a delete or whatever. Like we're just going to take care of that for you, right? We're going to grab it, we're going to parse it, we're going to give it to you. There's actually a lot of work went into that. If you've done any like multi-part parsing before, you'll know that there are various ways to do it. There are various libraries you can use. Some of you might have used Busboy or Formidable if you're used to using Node. We wrote something called multi-part parser, and it benchmarks way faster than both of them, especially on Bun and Dino, which are using which are optimized for the web APIs, right? So the problem is if you take a library that was built for Node streams and Node like typed array primitives, right? Like buffer or like that's not using the right binary formats. Basically, what you have to do is you have to do a bunch of like conversion between what Node is doing and what readable stream is doing, right? And that ends up slowing things down. But if you write something specifically for the web APIs and just build it from scratch and you write it specifically for that API, you can squeeze out a lot of performance. So form data parser is running behind the scenes there. You can actually you can pop in here and you can like tweak the behavior of it. You can say like, hey, in my router, I don't want you to do that. Or you can say, yeah, I want you to do it, and you can set things like max file size and all that kind of good stuff, right? So this reads kind of like almost like a php.ini file. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you set this stuff up once, right, in your PHP ini, or you set it up in your nginx.conf, and like you forget about it, right? Because it's done, it's handled, right? The server's going to take care of that stuff. So we've got all that stuff kind of built in for you here. So we're getting the form data in here, and we're going to grab some things off of it. We're going to grab the title and the content. If they didn't give us either of those things, we're sending HTML. Let's go and create the post, and then I am going to return a redirect with a 303. That's see other. That's basically, we just made a post for you. Go over to the page where you can now look at it. You might be like, Michael, why didn't you just use response.redirect? Has anybody ever used response.redirect? Does anybody see any shortcomings with that API? It does let you pass a code. It doesn't let you pass other stuff. That's the problem. It doesn't let you say like, hey, I want some headers in here, and I want, like a status and header, like other stuff, right? The other thing that it doesn't let you do is it doesn't let you, and I know this is going to rub the standardistas wrong, but it doesn't let you pass a relative URL in there, which is weird because all clients, like all browsers, support relative URLs in a redirect. So like it's not a problem in practice, it's only a problem if you're a purist, and we're not. We are pragmatic, more pragmatic than that. So we got a redirect helper. That one should help you out. So these just another response generator. It's just like HTML, right? Just like HTML. Let's see. So if I go to the blog, oh, did I even have a link to the new post page? I don't even think I linked to this thing yet. Let's go to the index page, and let's say if I want to put a new post, I should have a link. There you go. Oh, we just wrote a bunch of code there. I don't know if any of it's going to work. Oh, man, my eyes. What is going on? Who did this? Jeez, must have been a weird programmer. Doesn't know anything about aesthetics or beauty. Doesn't appreciate it. Just lives in his little den all the time. Let's put some CSS on this thing. I don't really know CSS, so I'm going to... Sure. That'll work. Sure. That'll work. Throw some rows on there. I don't know. I tweeted at Adam the other day, or something about like, oh yeah, we'll have like some support for CSS built in, and Adam was like, be careful. And it looked like with a knife emoji. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that. I don't know. Like knife emoji? Really? All right, cool. I mean, he bought me pizza once, so I guess, you know, we'll give and take in our relationship. What just happened? Like I threw a CSS prop. What are we doing? We're server rendering. Server rendering, and I put a CSS prop on something, and then the CSS changed in the browser, right? The styles changed in the browser, right? Let's talk about this real quick. So if I look in the head, well, yeah, let's look at my form, right? My form has a class on it. Okay, I threw a class on it. I hashed some CSS. And then this is the most basic thing ever. I took the CSS, I put it in a string, and I put it in the head. That's it. That's all I did, right? Is Remix going to make it hard for you to use Tailwind? No. Like, use a class. By the way, class. Right? All right, there's your class right there. Like, we're not gonna take away your class or class names. We're not gonna make it difficult for you to use like awesome stuff, right? There's great stuff. The main reason we want to have a CSS prop is so that we can ship components and not have to be like, oh yeah, and there's this other step in the, you have to get the styles in there too, right? Like, I'm just gonna style this component with the CSS prop. It's gonna work if you use it on the client side. It's gonna work if you server render the thing. It's just gonna work. It's just gonna work out of the box, right? And then you can tweak in there, and you can get in there and you can tweak it however you want, okay? So that's all we're doing here. So don't leave here and say like, the Remix guys like forced me to do like CSS and JS and I hate it. Like you can literally do it however you want. It's just a way for us to style it. That's it, without using the style string, which would be another alternative, which we could do. You have full support for all the CSS stuff that you want here. So you got a descendant selector, and that all works totally fine. I'm gonna hide that because it's gonna trigger some folks. All right, so we've got a thing here. How many people think it's gonna work? Oh, come on.
Guys, it's Michael Jackson.
That was like 8 people. Whatever, you all are a bunch of haters. Cross.
I believe in you.
Fingers. Here we go. Well, let me check my form one more time. I did. What did I do?
Yes.
Routes.blog.create.href. It's a post. Oh, you know what I should do? I should throw one of these things on here because, sometimes you need those things. I don't know why. I think it's going to work. I'm pretty optimistic about it. Yeah, 303. All right, baby. Let's see. Why do I have to refresh the page? I changed the JS. It's fine. Okay. Cross your fingers. Here we go. I always think of the Joker when I think of that line. Woo! All right. All you haters. No. All right. No, you don't get to clap. Only the people who believed in me. All right. Okay, cool. So we're doing thank you. It's all right. We're doing a mutation here. That's pretty cool. What if we wanted to do like a file upload? Like, I don't know, blogs are boring without images, right? Like, let's put a cool image on our blog, right? Okay, cool. So in our new post page, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add like another little div here, and I'm gonna put like a cover image. I'm gonna have a file. Check out this little attribute. It's kind of a cool one. I only accept images. I like that. Okay, cool. File input. Let's go back to the blog, go to the new post page. We can see a new thing here on our form. How are we gonna handle that in the handler? So I'm gonna say, yeah, get the image out of the form data. That one's gonna be a file, right? A file object. How do we work with these file objects on the server? Anybody ever worked with a JavaScript file object? Anybody ever worked with that API? Anybody ever worked with it in a server context? Yeah, it's a little kind of new, right? It's like, what's going on? Well, it's like I told you. The browser is the leader, and the server is the follower. It's always that way. It always goes that way in JavaScript, right? So we're just going to follow. We're just going to say, okay, so we want to keep some images somewhere. Let's import this thing. It's almost like the editor knows what I'm going to do. So we have another little library called file storage, right? This is blob storage, right? To be clear, this is binary large object storage, okay? So we'll have adapters for S3, Cloudflare R2. This one's just a local one, just keeps files in a directory on your local machine. But this is like a necessity when you're building web apps, right? People are uploading files, people are uploading videos. You got to put that stuff somewhere, right? Okay, cool. We'll have a little image storage. We'll have that guy just kind of streaming stuff to disk. And it's got a key value API. So I come in here and I'm going to come into the create and I'm going to say, look, if we had an image, if they uploaded an image, use the post slug, right? Let's make this async. Use the post slug as the key, and here's the file object. Here's the object. Go put it in storage, please. Okay. What? Wow, cursor with the updates today. No. And then what we want to do is, on the show page, we want to show it somewhere. So let's put it like, so here's the title, here's the content. Let's put like a little div. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Let's do like this. We'll say, we'll go and grab the image out of storage. Let's make that async. We'll say get data URL. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm gonna do a data URL for this thing. One of the really, really nice properties of the file API is you have the content type built in. It's kind of nice. You need to generate a file URL, right? You've all probably pulled in a MIME type library at some point. Don't need it with the file API. It's pretty cool. Okay. Grab the image, do this. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna put it in the page. Sure. Give it an image URL. Look at that, I'm even doing the alt tag. That's great. Let's see this, let's refresh this. All right, how many people think this one's gonna work? Yeah. The thing is, I'm really not so sure about this one. Like I was actually like pretty sure about the other one. Like that's easy, right? Like handling file uploads is like another kind of level, right? So let's see, remix. Let's say new remix logo, and I'll say Tim, what do you think? All right, so let's see. Let's pop it in there. Oh, that's beautiful right there. Really captures, I think, the essence of what we're all about. Okay, I'm gonna do one more like visual scan here, just to be sure. Let's see, I'm using an ink type multi-part form data, so that thing should work just fine. I'm gonna come down here into the handler. I'm gonna check if I've got it. I'm gonna set it, and the storage. When the show page comes back, I'm gonna redirect to the show page. When the show page comes back, I'm gonna read it back out of storage. I'm gonna generate a URL, and I'm gonna pop it into the page. Okay, I think this is gonna work. Oh. Live demos, man. Live demos. Ugh. All right, so why am I doing this? Mutations, right? I remember going and looking at like some of the very first demo. Like, I actually shouldn't say it. I'm not gonna say like the name of the technology. Happy thoughts. But like sometimes you see a demonstration that like leaves out the mutation, right? And they just do the read. They just do like the happy path. I want you to know that like we're planning ahead for like the needs of real apps. Okay. At one point, I thought like Remix is like a full stack thing. It wasn't really. Like Remix actually punted on a lot of stuff. Remix was like center stack, right? Remix did, we gave you a routing layer. We used React for our components. and we told you how to get data back and forth between the two. We didn't go deep enough on the server side, and especially in a world where people are using these browser primitives on the server, right? Again, you've got readable stream. When a request comes in, the request body is a readable stream. That thing's not a node stream, right? So immediately, if you're using the fetch API on the server, immediately you're in like foreign territory if you're running on Node. And you need better tools to handle the types of things that the web apps need to commonly do. So that's the whole point of kind of going down this whole climbing up this other mountain. And this is the stuff that I've been working on now for like over a year. So we got file storage, we got blob storage, we got a new router here. If you look at this, I know we've talked a lot about MCP like this morning. HTTP and REST actually they've played a huge role in the web. I've built a ton of like REST APIs. I want Remix to be really good for being able to build REST APIs. I want like MCP is coming, yes, but a lot of the web runs on REST, and I think it's actually really great to have these APIs. You could serve JSON out of it to an MCP server. So I want to have first-class support for REST and building great REST APIs, as well as other kinds of APIs, server-side APIs in Remix 3. This kind of stuff gets repetitive if you're doing it a lot. We're actually going to ship a resources helper in Remix 3. And the resources helper just kind of takes a little bit of the it makes it less tedious to do a whole bunch of routes. I'm borrowing this word from the Rails world, but you'll notice that a resources helper automatically gives you like these 7 routes, right? We get the index, new, show, create, edit, update, destroy routes. We're not doing those other 3, so I'm just going to say we're only doing these 4. And now you'll notice that, I've only got those 4 routes, okay? So again, the ability to statically analyze your routes, to know what methods are available, how can I call them. We still need to build that layer on top of this, which is I want to statically analyze the inputs to my routes, which is basically the forms, right? The form information that I'm going to put in there. So tools like Sidekick can come along and analyze it and say like, oh yeah, I can see that, this route is a post or a put or a delete or whatever, and these are the inputs that you expect. Let's see, how are we doing on time? Oh, okay. Did we want to finish by 4:30, or do we want to do the?
It's your conference. Keep going.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you wanted to finish the cycle, we could do edit, update, destroy, but I mean, it would be kind of like more of the same stuff. The only stuff that I'm really going to show you there is we have support for the full gamut of REST methods. So we're doing this like the traditional like method override thing. You've all probably seen that before if you're doing REST from HTML forms, which only support get and post. So we're planning on supporting the full gamut of HTTP verbs. And I could show you that. Or I could show you kind of our vision for like what it looks like to build a full-blown app with Remix, right? So we've seen the components, seen an itty-bitty router here in a single file. We could look at a larger app. Should we do that? Yeah. All right, let's look at a larger app. Anybody use CodeIgniter back in the day? Anybody remember CodeIgniter? Yeah. That was actually one of my like favorite times. That was like one of my favorite tools ever that I used. It would let you write code like this. Like you would just get into a file, you would have like 3 or 4 or 5 different request handlers or whatever, and like your whole app was just like a single file. And I've missed that, right? So I want to be able to like scale all the way back to a single file. If that's all you need, like feel free to take this and build your site on it. Like if that's all you need is a single file, done, right? If you need to build a large app, how well does this model scale? Is the question, okay? So let me pop open my file browser here. I'm gonna close this. So all of this code is on GitHub. This is in the Remix repo. I've got a demo that uses fetch router. So fetch router is this router that we've been using. Uses fetch router to build like a larger app to kind of stress test it a little bit. So in the root of my app, you can see I've got like this this routes config, okay? So this is what it looks like to build. I'm just gonna get rid of this. This is what it looks like to build a larger app with Remix 3. So you can. This is the same route map primitive that we've been looking at this whole time, right? It's kind of big, so you get some dots in there. But if you go and examine like any subset of the tree, like you can pretty easily statically analyze that as well. We've got routes in here for serving static assets and images. We've got like file uploads working in this app. We've got marketing pages. We've got this is an app for like a bookstore, right? So we're Shopify's e-commerce, so we're building a store with this. I've got a form action helper. This one's kind of interesting. This one is kind of like resource and resources, except it's for just a get post pair, like a quick get post, right? A get serves me the form, and I'm going to post right back to that exact same page, right? So like the login route, for example, get login, post to login. That's a form action. And so I've got a couple of those: login, register, forgot password, reset password, or just these little quick get post routes. But some things just to kind of help you kind of dry up the config a little bit. You'll notice that we're using like our resources helper down here on this orders route, account orders, so you can go in and figure out like, oh, who's what orders belong to this account. We've got some like API routes in here. So anyway, let's go and run this app and just kind of poke around a little bit and show you what we've got. Oh, you know what else I want to do? I want to show you one more spot on the code. So these are all the routes, right? And again, like the only thing that we're doing here is we're just assembling a bunch of stuff that we can easily statically analyze, right? Going over into the app.
Michael, can I interject real quick?
100%.
This kind of thing, since he's going to show you that the implementation's not in it, right? We've already talked about that. That's not only good for us, but this whole context we can give to things like Sidekick. And now it knows everything about your app without all the implementation gunk in the middle of it. So this is good for people, great for models as well to know what your app can do.
Totally. Thank you. Yeah, that's a big driver, major driver in the design. So then when it comes to, here's my server, right? My server is basically just going to grab my router and run it. This is router fetch. This is what we already seen today, right? Errors that happen in the router, like in the days of async await, they can just pop right out and we can catch them, and we can send an error response if anything in the router errors or in a middleware somewhere. The router is actually, there's a lot you can do with that router. Let's take a look at the router here. So the router is where I piece together all of my implementation for my app. Okay, so I'm going to bring in some middleware. I'm going to bring in my routes, and I've got a bunch of basically just a bunch of mapping, right? I get my router, I set up my upload handler. This is the thing that I'm going to use to handle file uploads. Okay, again, like Nginx, just config style, put files here, right? I'm going to use some middleware, and then I'm just going to map all of my routes. So if I've got I've got some like books routes. I'm going to map those to these handlers objects, which are exactly like the handlers objects that we already saw in the other app that we were working on. The thing is, you can split this object up, right? Put it in a bunch of different files. So if you take these like books handlers, for example, let's check those out. So this is just going to be another, basically a route handlers for the books routes, right? If you pop into the cart routes, same idea, right? So let's see, it is, update. I'm going to shrink this down so you can see kind of the shape of this object, right? So your route handlers are just, you can think about them kind of like these like controllers, right? It's just places where you can do your async work before you go and render something, okay? Places where I need to go and do some reads and writes or whatever before I'm going to handle something. You get your form data. We're going to put a bunch of other stuff on request context. This thing is pretty cool. This is like it's like application-specific storage. It works a lot like context does, and some other, like in React, for example, so you can put stuff in there and get stuff out of there in a type-safe way. So anyway, so that's kind of generally how the whole app is stitched together. Let's boot it. Let's see if it'll boot. Let's see, what branch am I on? I think that's going to boot. I'm going to boot a little. Yeah, I got that thing running already. Should work. Famous last words, right? Should work. Work. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Let me bump it down just a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right, so we got this like little bookstore here. Let's go and check out the details on this book. Looks rad. I need this book. Shred like a god. All right. Yeah, let's pop into this route. This is our books show route. Let's see. No, this is the cart routes. Let's go into books routes. Books show this guy. Oh, sorry, I already had the image carousel. I wasn't supposed to have the image carousel in here already. So let's talk a little bit about hydration. All right, I server rendered a bunch of stuff. What's the story with hydration? Like, how do these components actually come to life on the server, right, or on the client, right, in the browser? So you notice I popped a little image gallery in here. This component is hydrated, right? How did I do it? I dropped a component in there. Let's go and check out this image carousel component. So what are we doing? We're importing our routes. We're saying I've got a component here that is a hydrated version of this function here. This is my remix component, right? We've seen this remix handle, get my props, calling this.update. Here's my state, right? It's just a little image carousel. I've got a bunch of CSS, whatever on there, and I'm showing an image, showing a bunch of images, right? Got a bunch of images. Let's see. Where do the images come in? Function this. Oh yeah, here they are in the render time prop. I don't want to call it a render prop because we already use that. But it's the props that come into your update function. Update props. That's what they are. They're update props. Okay, cool. There's no magic here. Like, that is the main thing that I want to get across in this hydration story. This hydrated function returns this component and says, hey, here's where to go and get me, right? When I load in the browser, I'm going to give you an href. I'm going to give you a URL, okay? Because I know that you're going to have to load some JavaScript in order to make me interactive on the client, okay? Here's your href right here. Again, we're just using this routes object, so whatever. You rename this thing, it'll change. It's type safe, it's fine, right? But there's literally no magic here going on at all. It's super, like, I could show you the network tab, right? All right, so when I load this page, got the images. Where is it? Here's my entry file. Here's some images. Here's my image carousel.js. Right? So like, I'm right now I'm just running a quick little like ES build that's dumping stuff in the public assets directory. Let's just plug in some stuff in there. In my routes, I'm looking for requests to /assets, which you'll notice I'm using here in my, oops, sorry. Gosh dang it, I lost it. Sorry, I'll keep it open this time. Okay, in my image carousel, you'll notice I'm using routes.assets. So like, all the pieces should link together like pretty clearly what's going on here, right? Build a JavaScript bundle, load this thing up in the client, reconciler comes along and sees it and says, oh, I need to grab a bundle for that thing. Oh, the one piece that's missing, sorry, the one piece that's missing that I haven't showed you yet is the client-side entry point. So this is the thing that we give you on the client to go ahead and load modules asynchronously, okay? So again, nothing magic going on, right? You're going to get the URL of a module that you're supposed to load, and we're just going to use import. If you've got some other way that you like to load modules, go for it. If you want to you want to do like some crazy custom code splitting thing, you go for it. Does that make sense? How the hydration story works? Okay. Let's talk about Ryan. You want to come up and join me for this part? Let's talk about.
It might break because it's my code.
Yeah. Let's talk about frame. So you notice there's a thing called create frame in here. This is our client side entry point. Okay. What are we going to do? What are we going to do on the client? Right. So you've heard us actually. We've like been talking about iframes a lot, right? What in the world? Why would you talk about an iframe in 2025?
Well, think about an iframe, man.
Yeah. It's
awesome.
It's a pretty great primitive when you think about it. Like think about the qualities of an iframe, right? It's a section of the page that you don't have to know anything about immediately up front in the server render. It can be totally async, right? If there's an error that happens inside it, it doesn't like escape and blow up your entire page, right? Like the iframe will contain it, right? You can, if it gets stale, right? If it's got something old, some old content in there, you can pretty easily reload it. It knows its URL, right? So it's got like all these really nice.
Doesn't slow down the initial page either.
Doesn't slow down the initial page. Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Fragment of your UI over there and let the rest of the page render first.
Yeah, it's like this beautiful primitive that I wish did not have the problems that it does, right? So if you use iframe, like it's going to be really hard to size the thing. You know, you're going to like deal with CORS issues. Like there's problems with it, right? So when we talk about iframes, people are like, "Oh, you're so dumb. Like that's not going to work." We're not actually using iframes. We're using like we're learning from iframes, right? Because if you ask yourself like where do you see all of those things in React? Does suspense have a URL? Not really, right? It's a part of the problem. It doesn't solve the whole problem. It doesn't know enough to solve the whole problem of let me, render some UI asynchronously and let me go and revalidate it if I need to.
Yeah, if an asynchronous component loaded its own data, that data can change. So how do you get the new version of that component? Yeah. And just that version of just the component, not everything else around it, not the whole page.
Yeah. So we really, really like the model of iframes, but we're not using iframes. Okay, we're gonna give you something called
R-frames.
R-frames. We frames. Let's check this out. So what does it look like to use one of these things? So if we go to the home page, is this the home page? Nope, it's further up. Yeah, here we go. All right, so you'll see I'm importing this frame component from Remix DOM, and I'm using it to render the three. We're going to call these book cards. These are like product cards on the home page. Let me scroll back to the home page so you can check that out real quick. Remember what that looks like. Okay, so I've got three product cards here. These things are all just a frame, right? Remember we said a frame has a URL. So where do you think it's going to get its content from? The source, right? It's going to go to the source. Because it's not an iframe, like we have total control over this thing, during the server render, we can go and say, hey, how do I resolve this frame? Right? So I can go in here and I can say, oh, sorry, I lost the, I'm going to keep that open and I'm going to go in here. Okay, so this is a function that I'm using to resolve frames on the server. Okay, we still need a little bit of work here to kind of sort out the details of what's going on here, but the basic idea is during the server render, whenever the reconciler encounters one of these frames, you set it up and you say, here's how you resolve frames. So you can either, go and resolve that you can either go and resolve that and wait for it before you send the document, or if you've got a fallback, you can probably just get it later, right? Like you either are going to block the initial server render request or response. You're either going to block that response from coming back, or if you have a fallback, we realize that it might take a while to resolve that source, and so we'll go ahead and just send the fallback. Does that make sense? So I could come in here and I could say, I could feel it here. 1,000 times math.random. There we go. Okay, so this first one is going to have a fallback. Right? The first product card is going to have a fallback. The other two are not going to block the server render. Did I say that right?
They're all 1 second though, because they're all going through that same thing. So I don't know if we'll.
Oh well, some of them. Yeah, sorry, some of them are going to. Yeah. So how do I?
Yeah, just add a fallback to all of them.
Okay. All right. I could check the. Could check like the source or something that's coming through. Okay. All right. So. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. Not the most amazing experience, but
we could work on those skeleton screens.
Yeah, exactly. But the idea is like, oh, I've got a fallback, which means I don't need to wait for that thing. Like I can just go. I can send it.
And if one of those frames renders a nested frame, and none of them have fallbacks, then the whole tree gets awaited. If a parent has a fallback and a child does not have a fallback, the parent will fall back, and then it'll wait for the child, right? So like you can compose these frames inside of each other, and it'll do the thing that you want it to do. So it's really cool. It's like iframes are a great abstraction, and we've supercharged them where now we can actually resolve them during the server render instead of waiting for the browser to go make the request after the document loads. And then you have total control of all the async flows by either adding or removing fallbacks from frames, and that's it. That's the one toggle switch to unblock or block.
Yeah, yeah. I want to. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something about RSC, but I wasn't going to say it. Check out this book card. I mean, it's like such a simple model. Like when you think about how to put together a page where some pieces aren't ready yet, like that's the whole problem that we're trying to solve here. Like with and frames just fit it so perfectly. Let's talk about book card. What are these things rendering in their book cards? What is book card doing? Well, book card is rendering a cart button. Let's take a look at that thing. That thing's a hydrated component. So if you go to this page and you say like, hey, add to cart. Oops, I need to widen my browser. Either that or just get better at CSS or just stop trying. I don't know, either one.
I like it.
That's a hydrated component, right? It's got a little bit of state. It's doing the state thing, right? I've got some state, and then if I'm if I'm in the cart, I'm going to remove. If I'm not in the cart, I'm going to add.
Michael, where'd that in-cart prop come from?
That one came from
on book card.
Yeah, from book card. Yeah.
So we don't see it here, but we've got a handler that's actually going to the session and getting the data from the cart, passing it as a prop to book card that's only rendering on the server, and then we pass that prop that the server figured out to the hydrated component, that in-cart thing.
Yeah. That I'm trying to figure out. That handler is going to be. It's going to be.
It's in fragments TSX.
This guy. Yeah. No, it's going to be. Here it is. Async.
Yeah, there we go.
Right. This is where your data fetching happens. Right. Well, we're going to do some async stuff. We're going to figure out whether or not this thing is in the cart.
So the thing that we're pointing to in the frame source is just another route that gets data, returns components.
Yeah, this thing. Just another route, right? Okay, yeah. So hydrated components work inside frames. So everything should compose pretty naturally as you're composing these things, right? The frames naturally compose. It really doesn't matter. You can stick a frame inside a hydrated component. You can stick a hydrated component inside a frame. You can stick a frame inside a frame. You can stick a hydrated component inside a hydrated component. Like, are you getting it? Like, it doesn't matter, right? There's no like distinction between like, oh, this stuff works in a server component and this stuff works in a client component.
Yeah, if a frame gets moved from a server component to a client component, it now just loads the frame in the client because it's got a URL, right?
Like, I'm gonna be 100% honest here. Like, I do not understand RSC as well as I would like to. You might think it's because I'm an idiot. We already admitted that we're idiots. I ask questions about it all the time. What happens when I load this module? What do I get when I say import? Why can't I use this hook in this module here? You know, like basic questions, like basic stuff that I just don't get about the architecture. I would much rather have like a super simple architecture. I think frame is the right abstraction that gives me all of the things that I need. Can reload, can serve as an error boundary. It has a fallback. Like, that's the right abstraction for me personally, the right mental model for me to think about how to compose a page that's got certain pieces of deferred content.
Why don't you show them what reload actually means?
Show them what reload.
Yeah, what's the network?
What's
the streaming format when you reload a frame?
Oh, yeah. You're gonna love this.
Well, why don't actually go to the handler.
Go to the handler. Yeah, let's go to the handler.
Yeah, go to the handler.
Yeah. So the cart button. Yeah, I want to click on the cart button. Yeah. Okay. So let's check this thing out. Remember how we were talking earlier about these events things, and we were talking about how like what you really want to write as a programmer is you want to write procedural code. Okay. Forget the like nested callback hell. Forget like the indirection. Like, you literally just want to write procedural code, right? I click the add to cart button. I submit the form. Okay, cool. Event prevent default. Got it. Show some pending UI. Updating true, update. Cool. Step 1, right? Next step in the procedure. Go and fetch. Like actually do the thing, add to cart, right? So the action is the route href, the method is the route method, okay? So do that, right? Submit the form data. Here's your signal. In case they're like clicking the add to cart button really fast, like those outgoing fetches are gonna get canceled, right? We're managing the asynchronicity here, okay? I actually shouldn't even have this one. That one is superfluous because this is just gonna stop if that signal gets called. This .frame.reload. So this is part of the API that we actually haven't looked at yet. There are 6 things on the Remix component API. This .frame is basically the frame that you are rendered in. Okay, if you're rendered in, you're not inside any frame. That's the root frame. Okay, you're always inside a frame in Remix. Okay, so if somebody renders you inside a frame for this add to cart button that we're looking at right now, its frame is the product card, right? The book card. That's the thing that we said was the frame. Remember, we came back here, we said frame, book card. And when rendered the book card rendered the cart button. Okay, so this .frame means go and get another book card from the server. I'm gonna click add to cart here. I want you to go and get another book card from the server, this .frame.reload, right? And then when you get back, I want you to say updating false so you can change the opacity back in this client-side state, right? Procedural code. This is how I'm gonna make the fewest mistakes, is if I can just write it out one thing after the other.
And again, the frames are iframe is such a perfect concept to follow because we've got that URL, so we can actually do a granular revalidation from the server. It's not just some section of the URL or the whole page. It's like you could go all the way down and just revalidate a single button or this whole card, which is a trick I haven't seen anywhere except for iframes.
Yeah, absolutely. So now that you know what's going on behind the scenes, let's take a look at kind of the network, okay? And let's go and do this, all right? So like I'm gonna get this book because it looks sick. So I'm gonna add it to my cart. You see the ad go out.
Pull your network tab all the way up before you click on it, or maybe even pop it out so they can work, because everyone's heads are gonna be in the way.
All right, let me clear that. Let me pull it all the way up. Let me increase the size. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna click the button here. The remove went out, right? The fetch went out. This is the form submitting, right? Delete this thing from my cart, API cart remove, okay? So back comes the response. This is the this.frame.reload, okay?
I'm gonna interrupt you one more time. Get rid of the overview. Click on the gear over there on the right
thing?
Corner, not that one, the other one. Yep. Then uncheck overview over there on the left. We're all over the screen.
F.
Yeah, now go click the gear again, the blue one. Okay.
Okay.
I think they can see it now. I just really want you to see our wire format.
So what should we send over the wire?
Oh, dang it.
HTML, really? Why would you ever send HTML over the wire in a web app? Like, do browsers understand HTML? Do browsers understand new line delimited JSON, weird like custom format thing that like only your runtime understands? Okay, Michael, you're laying it on a little thick. What? All right, like we're sending HTML, right? Like.
Wait. Are you just inner HTMLing that whole thing now?
This is very cool. So we actually built a hybrid reconciler, right? So sometimes the reconciler gets virtual DOM when we're passing props around and we're creating elements and replace this thing. Sometimes it gets HTML back from a server. And it's like, oh yeah, I got some HTML because a frame reloaded. It doesn't matter, right? It's just description of what's supposed to be in the page.
Show them the elements pane.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, inspect element on.
Yep, let's do this. Yeah. Actually, I need this self-help book. I'm gonna do that one.
By Britney Spears? We need to look at the pictures of that one, actually.
She's made some significant changes in her life.
Yeah, go to view details. Let's see those pictures. Yeah. That's not Britney Spears, but
it kind of looks like, anyway.
All right, this is sidebar. This is stupid.
All right. Okay, so what am I doing? I'm looking at this thing right here, right? So what am I doing? I'm going to the server, this.frame.reload, back comes HTML. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna like shove that into the document, this HTML string? Or can I just do the normal like DOM diffing thing that I do like any other time the DOM is supposed to?
But it's tricky because not everything's hydrated.
Yeah. So let's check out the DOM changes.
Oh my gosh. You're supposed to clap there if you understood what was happening. Go to the network tab again, and let's look at the actual HTML instead of the preview.
Yeah. So if I click here, you see the...
Yeah, and go to the response.
The actual HTML that's coming back over the wire is this.
Yeah, so check this out down here. Scroll down to the script tag. This is what we call RSC, Remix Serialized Components. So think about when you say create element, and you get back this object, right? And that object has a type on it, and that type is a function. And then you have a thing called props, and that's whatever props were given to that element. This is a serialized version of that, saying here's the module URL and the export name. That's what you need to go get a module, right? So that you have a type, so you have the actual function. So as soon as this HTML comes back, scan through and find all those script tags, and then load those modules, and then send it through the reconciler. And we make, anyone heard of idiomorph? HTMX, you've heard of HTMX? Well, that guy made idiomorph. It's how idiots morph the DOM. And I cleared that joke with him. Carson's a great guy. And it's actually what Hotwire uses from Rails. Rails is also a big inspiration for us. So Hotwire, when it goes to the server and comes back, they use this idiomorph thing where they can take the HTML, make a document fragment, and then throw two DOM nodes at each other, the existing DOM and then the HTML that came through. And then it'll take this new node tree and then morph the real nodes to look like them. And so our reconciler does that exact thing, just like idiomorph does. We make a fragment out of this whole thing of HTML, and you can see those little comments right there, RMXH. And scroll up, you can see the opening RMXH. Yeah, go up to the one above it too. Yeah, that one. So that's a boundary for the hydrated component. So we make this document fragment. We throw it at the current frame's DOM, which isn't vnodes, it's not remix elements, it's all just raw DOM, and just start diffing. And so that's why stuff on the outside, like if we don't see it, but if we were changing the price or something, all that stuff would update granularly as well from the server as just a DOM to DOM diff. And then as soon as we find one of these comment markers, it knows, oh, this is a hydrated boundary. So it'll skip that inner stuff, grab the instance of the VDOM root for that part that's hydrated, create an element out of the script tag, and then basically just say render with this new element. And so this reconciler is switching between normal DOM diffing and VDOM diffing whenever it hits these little markers. It's super cool, and we're really excited about it. It's just such a simple model. Debugging is going to be awesome. You can see exactly what the heck came over the wire, and everything's just URLs.
So I'm a simple guy. Like, is that hard for anybody to understand what just happened up there? There's a little bit that's going on. There's a URL. You reloaded it, I guess, from the URL. Had some HTML back over the wire. That sounded a little complicated, what he was talking about, the diffing thing, but I get it. You built some tech that puts HTML in the document without just disrupting the whole thing. And that's kind of all there is to it, right? So that, by the way, that's a trick that React can't do. So anyway, that's our take on Remix server components and just using the iframe model. We're just learning from stuff that the web has already done. And I think that wraps it for today. So thank you all for coming, and thank you all for the support.
All right, I'll go release it.
Yeah. So just, so you probably want to know, oh, what's going on? What's the future look like? Again, everything except for that last little bit, well, even that last little bit is on GitHub. You can check it out. It's in the Remix repo. But all the libraries that I was using, all the router, the route pattern, the file uploading stuff, the multi-part parsing stuff, that's all like tested, benchmarked, usable today. If you want to just plug in some of those pieces and try them out, go for it, knock yourself out. The UI stuff that we're working on should be ready for an alpha release before the end of the year. That's what we're hoping. And then it probably won't be like published cohesively as the Remix package until after the new year. That's going to be kind of a hard problem to figure out the best way to like package and release all of that stuff together. But all the pieces are coming together. So that's what you can expect from us as far as timeline. And it won't be like long after the beginning of the year. It'll be like the first thing on our plate after we get back from the holidays. But that's kind of what we're thinking for timeline and what you can expect from us generally. Yeah. Anything to add?
If you go play with that frame stuff right now in his demo, it's all going to blow up in your face all over the place. So
yeah,
just work.
I mean, there's a lot of edge cases and a lot of stuff to figure out. But I think it's good stuff. Hope you stick around. We got an after party that's going to be going on upstairs. Hope you got your CDs. Hope you got your posters and stuff. And yeah, we'll be here for the next couple hours. So we'd love to meet more of you and hang out and just have a good time. Thanks again.
Thanks, guys.